through infrastructure capex push has been a key growth strategy for the government. Over the last few years, there has been increased investments in big-ticket infrastructure projects under flagship initiatives like the Gati Shakti National Master Plan, Bharatmala, Sagarmala, and Smart Cities Mission, along with reformatory measures to make the investment landscape more conducive in the sector. In fact, a massive 11.5 lakh crore has been allocated in the budget 2025 for capital expenditure. After all, infrastructure is not just about roads, bridges, and airports. It is about economic growth and improving the quality of life of our 1.4 billion people. Today, we have a remarkable lineup of policymakers, experts, and industry leaders from public and private sector companies who will delve deep into the key trends in the sector and share the roadmap ahead. Before we begin, I would like to take a quick moment to thank our partners, our associate sponsors, Uttarakhand Sashan, National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation, Airports Authority of India, Adanu Agencies, VOC Port Authority, Paradeep Port Authority, Vishakhapatnam Port Authority, JNPA, India's Best Performing Art, KPTCL, IFCL, and Larsen & Toubro. We also encourage you to share your thoughts about the event on social media using the hashtag India Today Infrastructure Conclave. With that, let's begin this power-packed event with the first session of the day. The first panel is on removing the financial roadblocks. Infrastructure development requires not just vision, but also financial backing. This panel will address how we can overcome financial constraints for India's infrastructure growth. I would now like to invite the panelists on stage. Mr. A.R. Soni, Executive Vice President and Head, Corporate Affairs, Larsen & Toubro, and Dr. P.R. Jaishankar, Managing Director, India Infrastructure Finance Company. I would now like to invite on stage our session moderator, Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor at India Today, to take the discussion forward. Welcome, everyone.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you all for joining in early for this wonderful session, Infrastructure Conclave, in fact. And this session, and we are talking straight away on money. Dr. Jaishankar, if I could start the conversation with you, for last 20 years, since we have started talking about putting in a lot of, private capital into the infrastructure side, the finance always had been a pain point. We have seen many big corporate houses, burning their hands. And then, government trying to innovate many models. Hybrid annuity came from Mr. Gadkari's ministry. Then railways also tried, various attempts to attract the private capital. But still, India's infrastructure continues to be a risky capital game. So what is your thinking, how we can, de-risk India's infrastructure? What sort of regulatory and policy, roadblocks you see, which needs to be removed if, we have to become a, developed country by 2047. So Mike is yours.
Good morning, first of all, and thanks for having me here. I think India's infrastructure is being built on the aspirations of the people of India. So whichever government, whatever be the kind of interests anyone may have, there's no going back, and the need to have world-class infrastructure is imminent, and nothing less will do. That's something, that's the bottom line with which I would like to begin. We have a national infrastructure pipeline lining up the projects under construction in different stages, and I think it's a very unique exercise comprising of more than 11,000 projects. I only wished it's high time that probably this national infrastructure pipeline is actually classified into state-wise infrastructure pipeline. I think that would be better to have a more transparent and more visible pipeline of projects spanning across India. Now, the staggering investments of 160 lakh crores, it reflects the future vision. It's not just about government funding infrastructure, which has been happening so far. In majority of the cases, government has been the major push for infrastructure. Unless the private sector also is made to participate, is given the opportunities to participate, and participates with full vigor, the vision of a more dynamic and resilient the country, nation, would not be achieved. I think that's very, very imminent and very, very important that the private sector investments takes a front seat very soon. I think that's very important. And I look at the necessities for this in two classes. One, the real side, where actual development and actual concessions and the contracts are given. And the other side, the kind of finances that have to be made available. I think we have to look at it from both angles. As far as the real side is concerned, the concession environment has been developed quite well, but it's not enough. We are much, much better than how we were 20 years ago, where we started learning how to do infrastructure, how to start writing infrastructure concessions by starting off with road concessions.
Dr. Jaishankar, if I could, sorry to interrupt you, if I could, intervene here, we understand, a lot of innovation had happened. But the challenge right now, which many of your peers face, is the risk quotient in the infrastructure side. Government tried to innovate and try to de-risk projects, but still, we don't see differential capital coming in, long-term capital coming in. We have seen some of this coming into the renewable side, where MIGA type of security is coming in. But we don't see this coming into roads, highways, railways, or the others infrastructure sector. Help us in that, giving that insight. What need to be done there.
Actually, when investors look at making investments, first thing is whether there's stability in the environment, whether there's predictability of cash flows. And of course, as far as the environment is concerned, it has to be a more a long-term vision and the kind of support that comes from the government. In place of in the infrastructure sector, I may say that all three are there. It's only when a project goes bad and a project is actually a real NPA or the viability of a project is really affected only in cases where there is willful sabotage or corruption. If that's not there, any infrastructure project is safe or as good, viable, predictable, stable, and good enough for investments. And that holds good for most of the projects. And second part of it is there are so many multiple agencies, multiple consortium. So everybody there are so many eyes getting into the project, so it's not really going to be so easy for a project to really get derailed and willfully get into a sabotage atmosphere. But more importantly, from the policy side, we have multiple agencies again, at the center level, at the state level, at sectoral levels, and there are different concession standards. We need standardization. We need more transparency in different concession clauses and terms. each sector has its own way of looking at infrastructure. Each state has its own way of looking at it. And the kind of hybrid annuity model we are talking about, there also you have 40-60 and we have 60-40, we have 12 and something else, so many things happening. I think we need to make it much more standardized for people to understand from that side, from the real side. That's more important. And standardization can come about not by policies, not by just notifications of government, but by a law. We need, if a government changes, the terms of contract must not change. The enforceability must be there. Stakeholder interest must be protected. So all these things can happen by way of a law. And even now there is a more clamor for such a uniform law, because World Bank has also come out with its own
so
study.
Let's de-risk this conversation also. Let's bring private sector's perspective. Sonisha, L&T is one of the leaders in the construction side and in the infrastructure implementation side. But we still see that, where government also, is a bit worried, is that, there are not multiple L&Ts available. So, there are some of your competitors who are there, but still, the capacity is limited, right? And now we are seeing that capex expenditure is slowing down. And one of the reasons cited is that, the capacity is very less. So what is your thought process that, how that sort of risk can be de-risked, how new players can be incentivized, or what sort of, because some efforts were made, but what sort of roadblocks do you see, hindered that thing?
So good morning, and thanks for calling me for this session and given the opportunity. I beg to differ, Mr. Jaishankar, what I have been telling about that there is no risk involved in the projects business. We have been in this business, and you are told that L&T is one of the premium companies in the EPC sector. So I will just give you the reasons why this financial finances are not coming up to this type of infrastructure developments. Basically, I feel that mode of financing is not that important. It's basically the de-risking the projects are important. And over the years, what we have seen that the type of conditions, what we are having, especially the financial conditions, payment terms, and a lot of risk mitigation has to be done. Their plan has to be there. ROWs issues are there. And land acquisitions and other places we are facing a lot of issues. And finally, if you see that dispute resolution is another one big thing, which we are not able to come to the terms, though a lot of places like NHI and other places, Vishwas and other schemes are there. But still we find it's a long way to go when if any disputes comes out. And timely completion, if it is not there, the finances certainly will be, they'll be having a difficulty to finance in this way. So de-risking these things, that having a better conditions, better type of contracts, and then it will be a much better option. Then finances will be coming. Second thing, you're talking about the renewable. The financing is getting stabilized. That is basically the risk is very less. If you see that only two components are there. If you see that land and modern installations are there, and PPAs are in place. That means end products are, sale is assured. So obviously the risking is very limited. So because of that, the renewable finance is coming to maturity level.
Renewable was because stability is there, de-risking is done. Yeah. So you have witnessed a lot of innovative products coming in for the finance side. Yeah. And MIGA is actually giving you cheaper loan than the sovereign guarantee. So these type of innovation is happening. But in the road sector, highways, railways, civil aviation, we are yet to see stability and de-risking.
You're right.
So that's why everybody is worried that how we can de-risk these projects. Government innovated. Hybrid annuity was the product of the same thought process. Yeah. Even in civil aviation, similar innovations were made. But problem is also that the capacity of private sector is also limited. Their capacity to handle projects, their capacity, and then foreign players are also not very keen, and their issue is that they see risk as a big factor, and it's very difficult to de-risk for them.
Yeah.
So that's why I was positioning you that,
certainly.
how.
So this is what you are telling is right. Foreign players or anybody, even that institutional investors or even that corporate investors, they are not able to put that in because that risk factors are more in the EPC projects and infrastructure funding part of it. And the consistency is missing. If you see that, we have done the high-speed rail, and then government announced many sectors, but still that next package is not known. Then we have put all the infrastructure, resources and everything. We are not even aware of what is going to happen. That DFCC corridor, this is a very huge package, and we have done most of the things. It's again that next packages, when it's going to come, this is no guarantee of that. There's no further. So we have to de-risk this. We are going for the international business. In fact, we are doing almost 40% in the international. So that's the reason we have to de-risk ourselves. But obviously, for making infrastructure foray into that India and take it forward, obviously de-risking of the project completion and to support that, it is needed.
Dr. Jaishankar,
I will just, just extend this de-risking part. See, this de-risking part is what we are talking about. We have reached a certain level. We are moving in a direction. I'm looking at, the sector and how the, infrastructure development can take place for the nation. It's not just about one company or maybe one group. It's about the entire nation. If we look at it from all sectors' point of view, we never had private investments in the railways. We have Alstom, we have Webtech, we have, in the airports, we have the Zurich coming in for the, I'm only talking about greenfields. As far as the brownfields are concerned, INVITs today, we have 19 INVITs, and we have almost all the INVITs being supported by private partners. Why? Because these are all completed projects. Completed projects have visible revenues, predictable cash flows. Greenfields, there are problems. Why there are problems? The problems are because most of the projects are gestated long, and particularly where there's vast land development issues, obviously, delays will be there. And how you can, and the approvals from the government, the forest approvals, the clearances, these are the main reasons for delay. The project getting bad because of certain things, the risks, project risks are very, very less. But what are the other risks? The other risks are the ones which we have to tackle. And if we have to tackle the other risks, equitable risk allocation between the private and public sectors have to be there. And if that has to be there, you need to have standard concession agreements with some clauses for the protecting the concessionaires. Dispute and all come after the projects. But while the project is being commissioned, you need to have a certain environment which the private sector feels confident to, transgress. We need to have, we have a termination payment in road sector. Probably no other country in the world has that termination payment, and it's a huge amount which is coming from the government's exchequer, from the budget. Why should we have that? We can have this termination payment mechanism in the housed in the insurance companies. They can have a project completion risk insurance. That's what IFCL has been talking about for ages. We have some multilaterals also supporting that. All that the concessioning authorities have to do is subscribe to this insurance, and on a timely, in case of any such events are faced, be it land issues, be it approvals, or be it any other unforeseen issues, then this should step in. I think that will be a big risk mitigant for the entire infrastructure developing economy. From the financial side, today we are talking about long-term finances. Long-term finances, what is long-term finances? Everyone thinks that 30-year finances or 40-year finances is long-term. No Indian bank or no Indian financial institution is equipped enough to give that. Why? Because our sources are all just 5 years and 3 years. If we need long-term, the regulator must free up the environment. I am the chairman of the IIFC UK. I sit in the board, where I see the restructuring happening of standard assets. The board is empowered. Here, the boards are not empowered. The Reserve Bank says that if you elongate a refinance structure, when it goes from one institution or to another institution, the terms have to be the same. how can you say that the terms which we have developed ab initio for a project has to be the same throughout the life of the project, even after 40 years or 50 years? These are all insane, and it has to really change. We need to have the definition of restructuring of standard assets changed. I think that's something Reserve Bank has to do. Another thing is there, you take the case of a phenomenon called technical NPAs. I mean, I have not heard of it anywhere in any other part of the world. We have technical NPAs, NPAs which are going beyond 2 years. They are deemed as NPAs even though the cash flows are there, even though the borrower is regular in payment. I mean, we need to re-look and review all these kind of things, you know. We have to have a separate regulation for infrastructure finance. What today happens is the infrastructure finance companies and infrastructure finance institutions are regulated the same way as retail NBFCs who have unsecured retail assets. The unsecured retail assets is the, protection of such, the depositor environment is the job of the Reserve Bank. But those principles are applied even to infrastructure finance companies, which actually gets a little confusing. We need to have some separation. We have to have specialization. We have to have a separate set of regulations. We need separate laws. I think these all, if it happens, we will be in a much better position to scale up and get into the trajectory to achieve the objectives that we are talking about.
Absolutely, absolutely. Sir, Soni sir, most of the things which now Jaishankar ji is saying is matching with your thought process. Yeah. But sir, to make things happen, companies like L&T, they will have to work with the government to de-risk and allow, the innovation like development finance institutions to flourish, come. Then, allow multilateral banks also to come forward. And now the another devil which is coming, which is the climate change, and their impact on the infrastructure. That also has to be measured. That will also change the calculations. So how prepared are, the India's private players, especially L&T, for many of these things?
Like I earlier told, we are in some sectors of like data center, even semiconductors, even for that renewable energy. We are investing, and earlier also, if you see, we are having a separate company, IDPL, who was the investor in all the road sectors. Now we have sold it off to Waterways recently only. Otherwise, we have invested in power plants. We have invested in transmission lines also. So we have been doing it. So there was a mixed response or mixed, you can say, understanding of the subject for us, and then we have faced some issues and all. But like sir has told, Jaishankar sir has told that things are improving and then things are maturing enough. But still we find that unless we are able to complete the things in time, project completion is done in a right manner and with the government support, what you have been talking. But we talk about that developing companies like L&Ts for infrastructure projects, not only for doing here and abroad also. So for that purpose, we need to give them the strength, and that, like we have been suggesting to NHI that we can have a grading system of pre-qualification. Instead of going everybody getting qualified, they don't have the financial strength, the type of projects what they are handling. So a person who's not done 1,000 crore project is getting qualified 20,000 crore. So those things has to be mitigated, and then you can have the grading systems. Earlier NHI planned that, but finally is scrapped. So similar way, we can have a grading systems of the EPC companies who will be able to participate. Like we have been doing the single jobs of DFCC corridor 20,000 crore. High speed, we have got a job of 35,000 crore. So those spectrum should be fixed to some bigger companies. They should be encouraged. And obviously these conditions like timely completion, which are the risks are there in terms of working capital management, in terms of government support for the ROW and this one. This has to be there. Otherwise, once project completion goes haywire, every finance is getting disturbed. So not only the financing companies, even the companies are getting their funds lost. So that is the reason we are not going for a bigger one. But still, there is a lot of scopes are there. We are talking about 2040 around 5 trillion investment in the infrastructure, where I think we are, as per that present government budgeting and all, if it goes to somewhere around 1.5 trillion only. So balance gap has to be filled up by these financial companies who will come from abroad. So to attract them, we have to show them that regulatory frameworks are in place, clearances are in place, like single window clearance and things. Now people started coming and all that, they started investing in all. But we have to go a long way to do the things.
Dr. Jaishankar, I also want to prick your mind on, this, for last 2 years, RBI is pushing, green deposits and green finances, and they are even allowing green bonds to be raised. But still, we don't see much of attraction to it. So you must be monitoring it. This is actually cheaper capital in Europe for many of the projects. But in India, we are not been able to replicate. Same is with the bond side. In Europe, people are raising bonds very easily, especially if they link it with green and climate. But in India, it's a nightmare. So how do you see, and what sort of corrections do you want to happen so that this can start happening in India as well?
Today, the color of money is the same, it's all color agnostic. We don't have anything for the green or blue or white or any other color. It's all the same. We need a taxonomy. I was just talking to the governor just about a week ago, and we were talking to him about how important it is to have a taxonomy for ensuring a development of a green market, sustainability and sustainable projects. The verification, the identification, the verification, the ensuring that it's not a greenwashing. There are many things. And here also, the financial institutions have their role to play, like ours. We have done a sustainability framework. We have put our targets. Before that, we want to double our renewable energy and green portfolio to, double the portfolio. Presently, it occupies about 12%, and we want to make it 25% by 2030. So we have got a vision. And we have also put a strategy in place. But if that has to really be supported, it has to be supported by the rating agencies on one side and the regulators on the other side. Rating agencies in the form of rating, and we have got our first green rating also, I may say, ESG rating, the first agency, first financial institution to get that AAA rating from that, from the renowned rating agencies. But the taxonomy is important, and at the same time, issuance for the issuers as well as for the investors of green bonds, we need to have incentives, at least in the initial stages, because developing a sustainable market and sustainable ecosystem means we have to incur certain investments ab initio. There will be a hump in the costs. We understand that, and if that has to be borne, it has to be actually evened out by various regulatory incentives. That's how it has happened in various countries. If I issue a green bond elsewhere in the world, in the European side or maybe in New York, wherever, I will be able to get some greenium for that. Whether I'm able to get that green premium in India, today I don't expect anything. So why should I do that? So that will be the question, be it an investor or be it an issuer, both of them will be dogged with. You need to address that. The rating agency has to give the support on one side, and the regulator has to also, aptly support that. So that is what we have been talking about, and unless that happens, we may be pushing it. We may really want some green market to develop, but it won't develop till we have some very good clarity on that.
Sonisab, if you can help us, he has given us the finance side of the story, but still, there is a consciousness and there is a infrastructure's longevity, and we have seen some of the disasters happening across the world. Do you think now the infrastructure companies are any which way getting more cautious of many of these elements and bringing in the changing in engineering, bringing in and advocating the policy change at the government level? So what is the thought process in the infra companies?
As far as this damages done to the structures and then something which is happening, we always feel that as a L&T, we believe in the quality and doing the jobs which are as per the standards. So obviously, what my first point what earlier I was told, there should be some identification of the level of the contractors who can do the job instead of opening up, especially in the state governments and other places, where what is happening is we don't have the standard documentations or standard set of conditions where we can have it. So obviously that the person who does the job, if he's not capable of handling those type of projects, it becomes an issue for them. And finally, it reflects on that way. So it is better to that have some demarcation sort of thing and identify that I think grading system should be there. And then certainly these companies who are going, once you are qualified a certain level of projects, and after that, once you do in a proper way, subsequently that can be elevated to the next level. And that's why level keep on changing, and then number of players can go, and then that's what we have suggested to Niti Aayog also, on a similar fashion, for not only for that domestic, as well as international operations. How to improve that number of agencies who can compete on a global basis.
So thank you very much. We have identified a lot of roadblocks and some of the solutions which two gentlemen have given us. So we are also giving the opportunity to the audience, if many of these learned people, they want to use your experience and your insights. If somebody has some question, they can ask. Please, sir. Please identify yourself and ask the question.
Good morning. My name is Sanjeev Gupta. I'm responsible for the Infrastructure Finance Committee and Solar Energy Committee at PhD Chamber. I thank you both for actually having dissected it so well for all of us. My small question to you, sir, is that do you think that the Government of India's desire of getting a 3-year infrastructure public-private partnership model being created by the state governments, is it really in an advanced stage of preparedness, or can you estimate how long could it take for the states to build up this PPP pipeline on the basis of which all the challenges are being, infrastructure challenges are being proposed to be addressed now? Just curiosity, sir, if you can address. Thank you.
Sanjay, I really don't know how long it will take. Definitely, I can't be seen speaking for the state governments on that. But yes, the intention is very good that the public-private partnership mechanism is being, promoted there, and it's all to, get the private investments. As far as projects are concerned, I think there are many projects, and pipeline is definitely there. It just is how you structure the concessions and how you structure the contracts. Like I earlier said, the confidence will be boosted if there is a visibility of cash flows, and the cash flows can be predictable. That's the bottom line for any the success of any project and determination of viability. So in that context, the enforcement rules is something which many have, many of the developers, many of the promoters have their apprehensions. And that's where we need to work on, and that's where we need to develop the confidence and ensure that there is an equitable risk distribution. And if we need to do that, we have to also look at examples elsewhere in the world where we have specific laws. Today our contract law is quite weak. Let's accept that. We have to accept that. We have seen the earlier cases where one government went and the other government came and imposed different tariffs. They just changed the PPA structures. So there are many examples. It's not just one, it's across the country. So we see all these things as very, very major roadblocks. So I think unless you have an enforcement mechanism, a law which no government, even if they want to change, should not be able to change. It has to change only under certain circumstances, extraneous circumstances where inflation or any other indexing has to be there. And then, we have to see it. These are all long-term propositions that we have. Infrastructure is public good. The government or the society that develops infrastructure today, it develops it for ages. One airport will be enjoyed by not one generation, but maybe 10 generations. Costs also have to be borne by 10 generations. It's not just one generation which bears the cost, as it's being done today. I think these are things which we need to look at while developing such long-term contracts. And you take the case of examples in the world. You have the Channel Tunnel between London and Paris, 100-year concession, 201 banks, $1 trillion, entirely private sector funded. I think we need to look at, we should start envisioning our infrastructure investments in those lines. If we need to envision in those lines, I think our system, it has become robust. It was earlier, we were in 2000, 2005, we were learning, we were trying to put, we were trying to put things in place. We have come a long way now, but this long way is not enough to go to that objective which many of the other peers in the world have already reached. The confidence and the enthusiasm of the private investors have to be brought in. Animal spirits have to reign in, and if that's to be done, we need to really look at risk allocations the way it is. And in the public-private partnership domain, we need to look at the partnership as a major, P. It can't be seen as a owner and contractor relations as so far has been viewed in the government circles. I think that that mindset also need to be changed, and the people as a fourth P also is very important involvement.
MG, my colleague MG Arun is managing editor India Today. MG?
Yeah, my question is to Mr. Soni. In fact, Mr. Jaishankar had touched upon when he talked about the project financing risk. He mentioned that when it comes to greenfield projects, there are a whole lot of issues outside the project risk which we need to address, and he touched upon land acquisition and other issues. The government over a long period has been going ahead with ease of doing business in a whole lot of sectors. State governments have been taking up a lot of initiatives. Maybe you could throw us some light, because you're involved in various states and developing some of the landmark projects in this country. What are some of the special cases you are seeing in these risk, and how, what kind of a solution the state and the center can put forward to mitigate it?
Like Mr. Jaishankar also told that regarding this, one thing is that he has told about funding. Now you're talking about that conditions. So obviously that one thing is that the standardization of the documentation, that is very important. The project documentation should be very strong and then very clear. It should not vary from state to state. There should be a standardization so that everybody can follow that. And dispute resolution, that is another big thing which will help us to take it forward. Now your question of land acquisition ROW clearances, that we have been facing any project delay is basically for this purpose only. We have been facing in DFC corridor. You've seen that Bombay, this high-speed rail also, sometimes we could not get the land clearance and all, so things got delayed. So these are the major areas which is having a central government focus on these projects. Still we are finding, and then things which goes to the state governments and all, it is further more difficult. In many water projects, what we are doing, we are finding that complete treatment plant itself is, or intake wherever you have to put, there is no environmental clearances there, or maybe it is falling into the forest clearance. That's what we have suggested to DPIT also, that PM Gati Shakti, which is a very good initiative by the Government of India, where they scan through everything, they do the survey, and they put all the data in that. So, but obviously it is not available to the industry, private industries. So if you are able to make us available on a limited basis, so we can go through that, what type of clearances are available, which are the logistics are there. So we can plan our resources and everything, and then we can always cross-check what are the DPRs have been made. So we can cross-check with the available data. And then obviously the single window clearance, which we were talking about that, if that comes with the partnership with state and center to get a clearance on the one place, that will go a long way. So this will help us a lot.
So gentlemen at the back, please identify yourself. You're not audible.
Hello.
You can come forward, take my mic.
My name is Vijay Gupta. I am the CEO of a company called Invest and Ventures, Wealth Creation Experts. My question is with respect to the change of environment, change of government, change of terms of contract. This is a enigma kind of a situation for all EPC companies. So some survive, some don't, some even die out of that. So, and when this is the environment, this is a need of not 1 year, it is a need of 10 and 20 years, which is required by the private EPC companies. Now, the history of Modi government is that they listen to GST complaints on overnight basis also. So when this is a 10 or 20 years old requirement of the EPC companies, then why the government is not listening to this?
Can you repeat what you want to ask?
Why the government is not listening on not allowing the changes with the change in the terms of the EPC contracts with the change in the government or change in the environment, so that they get all the private
Unfortunately, both of them are from private sector. You know, they may be knowing this answer, but they won't be able to speak at the public.
At least Mr. Jaishankar can give his view on this.
Do you want that the change has to be there or it should not be there?
It must be there.
See, that has already, we have, that I said, you know, the first initial contracts, the initial concessions, which were there, you know, public-private partnership concessions, which were there which were put in place in 2004, 2005. Those have undergone a lot of changes, and there are clauses today for renegotiations. Renegotiation clauses are a must. Vijay Kelkar committee in 2014 had suggested that, and based on that, you know, that these clauses have been reintroduced into the concessions. But then these clauses have to be, you know, tailored in such a way that it has to be for the benefit of the project, not at the whims and fancies of any party, whether it's a private sector or with the the public sector. So I think, you know, a responsible renegotiation clause introduction has already been there. And the only thing is, you know, it is not standardized. You will not find these renegotiation clauses available across the
but this
states.
completely hinders the entrepreneurship of the private sector.
I beg your pardon?
But it completely hinders the entrepreneurship of the private sector.
Yeah, it is not, that's what I'm saying. It is not, you know, uniformly available across the states. If you're talking about the state government concessions, which is now being given out. Neither the various sectors, so for airport concessions are quite different from that of, you know, the port sector or shipbuilding, or it is, of course, the NHAI has come a long way in this by, you know, they have a lot of learnings on that. But the state level road corporations don't have that much of experience. So that is why I said there are many concessionaires in this government, in the sectors, in different sectors. Road sectors have central as well as state players. The various other sectors have central as well as you know, state players. And there are the private sector, the companies, the public sector companies which gives concessions. So nowhere we have a standardization of a concession agreement. If that needs to be there, the terms of a concession agreement, we need to agree which are the terms that are actually go a long way and which are very, very important to ensure the viability of the project over a long period of time. For that, it can't be policies. That's why I'm saying it can't be policies. it has to be a law. And such law exists in many countries. That's what I was telling. World Bank has also made a survey of 110 countries and have found almost 56 countries have infrastructure-specific laws.
Then in that case, my suggestion, I think 1 or 2 people from PhD chamber are here. So they should take this representation to the government in a very, very strong way. That's the only way.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thanks for your interventions. Any other question? Otherwise, our time is actually up. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. It was really wonderful talking to you both. And I am sure that, like me, many of the listeners were also enriched, and they are going home richer. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. I kindly request you to just stay on stage for a moment. Now I extend an invitation to India Today's Managing Editor, M.G. Arun, to present the token of appreciation to our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a quick 5 minutes break as Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu, Minister of Civil Aviation of India, is already on the way here and he's expected anytime soon now. So please bear with us. To have with us Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu, the Honorable Minister of Civil Aviation of India. Everyone, let's give him a warm round of applause. I would now like to call the Minister, Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu, along with Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director for Publishing India Today Group, to come on stage. Also requesting Associate Editor Abhishek Dastidar to come to stage to moderate the session. Raj, requesting you to please give the introductory remarks and also introduce the esteemed guest. Welcome, everyone.
It's still good morning, I think. And a really big thanks to Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu, the dynamic Union Minister of Civil Aviation, for taking time out to talk to us. Let's give him another very warm round of applause for this.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Raj.
Let me just give a little background about Mr. Naidu. He's got a fascinating background, very illustrious political background as well. His father, Yaran Naidu, and I think you're almost a spitting image of him as he was young, if I'm not mistaken.
In fact, he was a little taller and wider also.
He was a very well-known Telugu Desam leader who was 4 times MP and a Union Cabinet Minister before he died, unfortunately, in a very tragic accident in 2012, which I think changed your life, Mr. Ram Mohan Naidu. He had just completed his degree, a bachelor's engineering degree from Purdue University in electrical engineering, and an MBA from Long Island University in the US, and had begun working. He had to cut short that. He was, I think, moving into the management stream, cut short that, came right back to his native place, Srikakulam, stood as a member of parliament, took over his father's legacy, and he's now a 3 times MP that's there. So congratulations once again for the...
Thank you. Thank you so much.
For this wonderful rise that has happened. And one of the things he talks about is that because of this, he's rooted to the ground reality. And when you're dealing with civil aviation, there's a lot of air soaring into the air on the other side that's there. But you have taken charge of civil aviation at a time that you can see that there's a visible boom. Yes. And of course, with it comes both the challenges and opportunities. Now, one of the big things that had been talked about was how do we make India, or Delhi at least, or any airport that you like, into a global aviation hub. We saw how Dubai, Qatar, Singapore, all smaller places, but they form the hub of our traffic. What are the 4 or 5 things you think we need to be doing, or what you're planning to do to ensure that we get there?
So, first of all, thank you for the introduction. And also, I'm very happy to be here participating in the India Today Conclave. And coming to your question of how do we make Delhi a hub, and this has been on the cards for the Indian civil aviation sector for a long time, and there has been consistent progress. Not enough to call it a hub right now, but we are in the process of making it a hub. And some of the important points that we are trying to stress on so that we can call it a hub is the infrastructure becomes the basic foundation for it. And you have seen these airports in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, or Singapore, how they have transformed the total look and feel and the comfort of the airports. And so that is the international global standards that you need to bring to Delhi. We are up to standard, up to mark when it comes to the Asian countries, or let's say domestically, but at the global standards we have a lot more progress to do. So we are pushing the operator there to improve the standards, to bring in more infrastructural facilities so that all the services which matter for a hub get catered at that point. Second thing, we are speaking to the airlines to give better connectivity. And whenever you talk about a hub, it is about how easily you can connect it to the next destination. And here we are following a pattern where Delhi becomes a hub and spoke model where it gets connected to all the important cities, if necessary tier 2 cities, at a proper time so that the people can come to Delhi, and from there within 2 or 3 hour transit window, they can fly to any destination across the globe. So here the domestic connectivity and international connectivity become the key. When it comes to international connectivity, we are in continuous discussion with all the countries where the demand is for people to move directly from India. If you don't cater to that direct demand, people will find the next alternative. And there are people pouncing on the Indian passengers right now to please come to our airport and we'll connect you to the destinations across the world. So to break that pattern, we need our airline operators, the Indian airline operators, to improve their fleet, to bring in more planes into their kitty, and to connect them globally and to the important demand-driven destinations immediately. So that is one thing we are trying to promote. Third thing I would talk about is the immigration and security, which also becomes a key. When you're talking about an international hub, there are people coming in from the country, people coming in across the globe using our airport as a transit. So how easily do you facilitate? See, this is where it becomes a very key point, because when you go to Delhi, you almost feel like you're at home. That is how they make you feel.
Right.
They make you feel that this is just built for you yourself. So that kind of experience, the passenger experience, no matter if he's coming from the corner of the country or anywhere in the world, he should feel that the airport is just comfortable for all these services that he wants. So these are the three major key points that we are trying to stress about. And we are in continuous discussion, and our challenge is not only to make Delhi as an airport or our vision. We want to have 3 more hubs in the country. We have Bombay, we have Bangalore, Hyderabad. So all of these can be converted into hubs. And the major opportunity that we have right now is domestically we have so many airports, and we can't run international airport at every airport that we have. So if they want to travel internationally, which is the aspiring India today, everyone wants to travel abroad, everyone wants to connect to the world. So the best thing is bring them to one of these hubs and offer them the connectivity so that they don't need to wait for longer times, and offer them the convenience so that it becomes seamless for them when they are transiting to these airports with the best of the facilities.
Excellent. Abhishek, you want to?
Yeah. So taking off from there, one of the things that industry and stakeholders we hear from them is that the training ecosystem and the training infrastructure in India, because when we are talking about the boom, will also require skilled manpower, pilot training. What is your vision for that? Because a lot of this training, like pilot training, etc., they take place abroad. What is it that they get there that they don't get in India?
Aviation industry is an excellent job providing sector. And we have to tap into this opportunity today before other countries take advantage. Now it is a global topic, aviation. Flight is a flight anywhere. Pilot is a pilot who can fly the plane. He can come from any country. Trainer, the engineer can come from any country. So if you are not able to cater for the demand that you're creating, there are people who want to get into this sector and come in and occupy that space. So we are very vigilant on that aspect. The demand that we are trying to create, so there are 2 aspects of it. One is the airlines itself. Each airline, to one aircraft to run, you need up to 20 pilots for it to run seamlessly through its schedule and all that. So imagine we have 1,700 more planes coming into our fleet in the next 10 years. We have orders of up to 1,700 planes, and how many pilots are required for that? So one basic example, just to address this pilots issue, we are producing enough right now, but we have to cater for the demand. If we don't plan now, tomorrow we'll be insufficient. So we are trying to encourage more people to come into the FTO sector, flight training organizations. We are opening up airports in a much better way, seamless way, so that FTOs, whoever want to establish a new training organization, we are kind of facilitating for them, making it much more easier for them. And in terms of training, whoever is making these aircrafts, let's say Airbus is there, Boeing is there, any other OEM manufacturers, engine manufacturers, we are telling them, your biggest playground is India today. You're selling all your aircrafts, you're doing all your business within India, we have so many orders coming in. So you have to establish a training facility in India. So we are encouraging them to give that direct connectivity so that the end product which is going to be operating in India gets connected to some people who are trying to get skilled in that sector also. And overall, we are trying to map all the skills that are required. So many different aspects are there in aviation, right from, if you just take the airport, right from a car entering the airport, the parking area, to the plane leaving the runway, there are almost 150 different kinds of skills that are required, or different areas that are there. So imagine the kind of jobs that you can create by skilling the right talent in the country. So we are trying to map all the skills that are required and do an assessment on what all are already available in India. If not, how do we start right now itself to tap into that potential and do the training itself? So we are doing that process right now, and we are going at a very good pace. So I don't see anywhere in the near future that we'll have a dearth of resources, at least the workforce, which won't be able to cater for the demand that we have in the aviation sector. But the challenge here might be the challenge in other sectors also is not just creating the number, but creating the quality with the number. So the quality is very, very important, which is why we want to have these international partnerships. We want to have the conversation with the right people who can bring in the standards and the quality also while we are training, so that I want to see that the person who is training as a pilot or an engineer or a crew or anyone, I don't want him to restrict himself to work in the Indian aviation sector. His dream should be to work across the world. That will only happen if we can create him with that global standards, and that is our vision.
But won't that so won't that open Indian pilots up for like poaching by other countries like the Middle Eastern countries?
I believe the heart of the Indian pilots is still in India only. They will first see that the advantage is to work for them in the country itself. I've spoken to them many a times. They want to work in the country itself. So I don't see any aspect like brain drain happening here.
One of the issues that when we talk of making an aviation hub, and we've seen, you talked about immigration and customs facilities to improve or expand. One thing that's happened, we've seen across airports is the Digi Yatra, and the fact that seamlessly you can walk into an airport and go through security and you have separate channels. How much, I think a couple of metros have it now. How do you see the expansion of Digi Yatra and across the country, and what more do you want the Digi Yatra to do?
Digi Yatra has been a revolutionary success, and see, any sector, anywhere, if you're not up to date with the technology or the solutions that it's creating, you're losing out on a big opportunity. And aviation also, we had that vision that wherever possible, we bring in the technology so that the convenience for the passengers is improved. And there we created the Digi Yatra system, where if you're using the normal CISF gate, where that personnel is there and physically checking your ID and card, then it usually takes up to 20 seconds, up to 1 minute also sometimes. But if you're using the Digi Yatra portal, it just takes you 5 seconds. And it's not only at the entrance point where you're entering into the terminal. There is a point at the security check-in. You can have a separate line through Digi Yatra. At the boarding gate also, it gets verified again. So there are these Digi Yatra gates at multiple points, which gives you the additional access into having a seamless way. And just like this, because we have seen success. One is scaling up into other airports. We just started with 8 airports. Now we have reached 24, and we are trying to scale it across all the airports. Now we've seen the success. Now how do we improve it? Now we are doing it with the Aadhaar or other verification. Now we want to bring in passports also into the system. Excellent. Second thing, how do we make it for international travel? Now Home Affairs has done an excellent job of bringing in the immigration also, where they are doing the Trusted Traveler program, and we have started it in Delhi, and the infrastructure is there in other airports, where it becomes seamless for the immigration also. You don't need to go through the immigration officer. If you have all the right documents, and if you register up ahead with your credentials, then you can just have a seamless way of just the concept of Digi Yatra, moving it across different verticals, so the seamless travel is there. And other technological interventions, we are kind of looking at different sectors, like digitizing the whole aviation sector. We want to create digital twins of all our airports so that we get real-time data. How many flights are landing there? How many flights are taking off? What is the on-time performance there? How many passengers are coming? What is the parking space that is available at this point? These are all the things that you can get with the use of technology today. So creating an exact digital twin of the airport, then it is just, you can sit in one room in front of the computers, get all the real-time data, and you can monitor the operations in a much better way. So that is the vision we have today for the airports. And some of the centers, we have encouraged them to create, they have created these operation centers, digital twins, and we want to create them in each and every airport. So at any given point of time, I would know how many passengers are waiting in line in the airports, what is the baggage time of, let us say, Gwalior Airport, kya baggage time ka kitna lagta hai? I want to find out all these details. So we are moving into using this technology to create digital twin, which is going to be a revolutionary in terms of policy making and taking real-time decisions.
No, I like the concept of what you say, digital twin over there. But other aspect of it, and we're being very practical in our questions, is luggage collection, evacuation, as soon as an aircraft lands. What can be done to speed up that process? Because you're now whizzing through security and you're getting there, but as the airlines picking up the luggage when it comes back, checking in, all that. Is there any plans you have to make it almost seamless and curbside checking in, all the things that were there.
See, one is the technology itself is a great facilitator right now to improve all the operations that we have. And we are trying to see each vertical individually, let us say baggage or the operations itself on how do you board the aircraft, finding the best possible way and getting down. And we are trying to create many systems. And one way is to have these civil aviation requirements. This is a document that we have where the airlines or the operators, they all have to follow certain standards. We create the policy and we expect everyone to follow, and these are the requirements that we do. And when we feel something is very important, let us say something is going overboard, we put a rule as such that they have to follow, or otherwise they'll be penalized.
Right.
So let us say we might see when we have the right kind of equipment and we can say that, okay, if with using this equipment, there shouldn't be any delay in the baggage anymore because the market facilitates for this kind of technology and you have to use it. If we come to that point, then we might think about creating a policy where we say that it shouldn't be delayed further than this point. If you do it, then the airport is going, then we penalize you. So these are the kind of systems we want to build.
Right.
We are presently going through that transition phase of how do we use digitalization to the maximum capacity. And we are doing vertical by vertical and we are seeing great results. So we are very excited ourselves also to move into this.
And we can see that. Vishek, you were going to ask. Yes.
So since we are talking about Digi Yatra and the pleasure of the ease of flying, I have to ask you the question that is on everybody's mind, and that is airfares, right? Why, I mean, despite so much of competition, why do airfares go up to ridiculous levels at times, like 50,000-60,000
Predatory pricing. As we saw in the Kumbh Mela also, I think you're paying.
Yeah.
You could go abroad and come back with the kind of money you're paying.
So is there like a cartelization at play which we don't know about? Or why can't the government from time to time step in and say, look, enough is enough? And
I know this is a sensitive issue and a very important one which keeps flagging every now and then. But one thing is we have to understand that the prices, the raise in prices that we see is usually when there is a higher demand, a spike in demand for a certain sector or a certain route. And this usually happens when there is a holiday season and people are trying to move from one area to another in that specific time period. Or you see some mega event happening in one city and everyone is trying to come together there. Or just like this religious event that we are seeing at Mahakumbh, where people from across the world are trying to come there. I'll just take the example of the Prayagraj airport. Prayagraj airport, before the usual fares and after 26th also when the Kumbh is going to end, if you see right now also it will be around 4,000, 5,000 from across the country wherever we are moving. And this used to be the situation before, and there were only 15 to 17 flights operating every day. But the demand was such that we were trying to cater for more planes to come into the sector. Today, we have 110 plane operations operating single day, and we have crossed 20,000 per day in the airport itself. And
10
we have
times.
10 times. Huge, and we have become the 10th largest airport in capacity handling just because of the Kumbh. And now I'm just telling you because to see how much demand is there for people to come there. 20,000, if you consider, like they are saying 1 crore people are visiting every day, and we just have the capacity to take in 20,000 people every day. So imagine how many people are trying to reach through air.
Right.
And now when you have so many people, it is the market again trying to create that demand, and then it is. But then also, as a ministry, we don't want it to be completely at a position where they can do whatever they want.
Yeah.
Now we see that it has been an issue which has been flagged consistently. We spoke to the airlines and we sensitized them. We told them to please revisit whatever you're doing. This is not a time when you can take advantage of the market. So we sensitized them of the issue, and this is what we do. And this happened during the Kerala Onam season, Christmas season, right. Everything, those festivals come around the same time. And every year we see from the Gulf and from everywhere, rest of the world, the prices suddenly surge up. And there is a huge uproar in Kerala also during that time. So we made a point that we are going to sit before the season itself. We are going to ensure the airlines. We don't want to hold the stick against them. See, airlines are also very important. Now, there are around 800 planes operating. Now, if you create some kind of rupture in the system, and we have already seen some examples where airlines have exited the industry also.
Correct.
Due to bad financials. And if you create a system, let us say 50 planes are off, let's say some airlines is not doing good, some 70 planes are off, you are cutting down the connectivity for those 70 those destinations with those 70 planes are cutting. Now again, it comes to the chicken and egg situation where lesser planes, then more demand, then more prices again.
Right.
So it is a very sensitive way of balancing the airlines and the prices and the people's comfort and creating the demand. At present, if I can give one statement on the overall this thing, that demand is much higher than the planes that we have in the country. So we are trying to bring in more planes into the fleet so that if you run 2 planes from Delhi, Bombay, if you run 10 planes, obviously with the 10 plane scenario, you'll have a lesser prices. So all the high demand areas, if you can have more planes come in, then that's going to be a revolutionary way of cutting down the prices. Second thing, this also people should know, which is what goes into the airfare ticket price. Now almost 50% of it comes from the fuel tax only, which is a direct this thing. And some states have a higher taxation structure. Now, when you're traveling through the destinations in that state, and definitely it's going to spike up. 50% of this comes. So I have written personally to all the chief ministers.
Including your chief minister.
No, my chief minister has already done it. So he has done 1%, so there is no problem. So taking that as an initiative, I have written to all the people. It will look very political if I take names. So I won't take any names because we are keeping it below the politics here. So I've written to chief ministers who have it up to 28% also, that other states take example of other states. Even if you cut down the tax here, the whole growth that you will see in civil aviation is going to help you in multiple ways.
What's the tax for Andhra Pradesh?
1%.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
And many states are doing also, 1%. That's how you encourage people, growth in civil aviation.
Now, one of the things that, since we're talking about money, despite the fact there is such a big boom in aviation, and yet if you look at the figures that come in terms of losses, 2,000 crores annually the aviation sector is losing. What can be done to, is that a normal process of death and, when you are running private business, this will happen? What can be done to, ensure that everybody is doing well in this one?
So this is a very tricky question in the sense it takes a lot of economic angle to study the finances of airline business and all that, and this happens internationally. It's a very sensitive business. You would have seen many examples last 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, many airlines coming up, many airlines going away because the initial investment itself, the plane itself is so expensive and the financial model gets so rigid that it becomes very difficult to operate a plane. And the banks also are not so cooperative also. Banks won't give you a loan so easily when you're trying to buy an aircraft. So there are many challenges. So airline industry is also finding many different alternative ways of financing. One important model is the leasing model,
right,
where it is going to improve the financial structure of the company or the airline industry. So people are moving into airlines. Supposedly X buys the airplane, X leases it to Y, and Y runs it for a certain time and he pays it as a lease to this thing. So this kind of model has been better worked out. So the world is moving into it and people are also learning from the mistakes of the earlier airlines.
Right.
Now what went wrong with Jet Airways or what went wrong with Kingfisher, people are studying those airlines and they're trying to build up. And now third point I would like to mention, earlier airlines we wanted to bring in those big planes, bring in those 180 seaters, bring in 100 planes you have to order and all this. But today we are seeing after this Udan scheme also, that we have so many smaller airports, they are trying to find these business models where you can operate 5 or 6 airports. I'll just get 2-3 planes, might not be 180 seaters, I'll just put in 80 seaters, I'll just put in 40 seaters. There are 9-seater planes also operating. And very interestingly in some of the sectors, smaller tier 3 cities. So now smaller players have come in where they're trying to do a very good business. And so I think the market is now very much open. People just need to find the confidence. This is for the people who want to start a business in the airline industry. And I'm kind of promoting that please come in. If you have that kind of money, then please start in airlines. I also don't want to see it as a duopoly where only 2 major airlines are operating. I want to see more airlines coming in, more people coming into this sector, smaller airlines, bigger airlines, everyone. It is open for all. We are not restricting in any other way. It is just that the financial structure is so much that it becomes very difficult for someone to start. But now India is become such a market where smaller people also, even if you have 2 planes, you can very effectively run an airline in the country.
Good to hear. And you are,
taking off from there, about ease of doing business. When you're asking business houses to come and invest in India in aviation. One of the criticisms about the sector we hear is the bureaucratic delays, which is very endemic in India, and we keep hearing about DGCA. Now, how do you address that, one? And second, we've been hearing about an autonomous civil aviation authority that does away with DGCA, but have an autonomous body with professionals coming in and managing. What's your take on that?
See, this excuse of bureaucracy and all, I think India has passed that stage. We have to rightfully address that kind of issue. And again, we have to create more transparent systems. We have to make everyone accountable. Let it be the politician who is leading, or the minister, or the DGCA, or whoever you put in. Everyone in the system has a role and a responsibility, and they have to be made accountable. And that is what in the last 10 years, under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi, we have strongly changed the whole way of governance, and we have brought in more accountability and transparency in the system. And again, the facilitator has been the technology. And in fact, in our system, civil aviation systems, because they are very tech-oriented machines, and a lot of systems, very strict systems where there is no room for error also. So it gets much more easier for us to create these digital systems. And one important thing you have said, DGCA, and this was there for a long time, that there seem to be multiple rumors around it and multiple challenges around it. So what we have done, we have created a digital twin for DGCA. We have done EGCA. Now all the applications that go to DGCA, where people were sitting for 6 months, 1 year, 2 years, now you can see the time also when you have applied for a pilot license, when you applied for a crew license, when you applied for an airport license. Everything is very transparent now. Everything comes online. And we can see where the file is, who is keeping the file for whatever time. So now we have created the EGCA model. Now for the pilot license, again, the same thing. They go through training, and once they have to apply for a license, they reach out to DGCA. Let's say someone in Madhya Pradesh, in some FTO, they has done the flying hours, and he's coming to DGCA trying to apply, bringing in all the papers, physical. He will say, out of the 10 papers that are required, ek paper nahi hai, aap wapas jao. To then again, 1 month delay there. Once he applies, then he has to be given a date for verify, then after that for examination. So imagine when you create these kind of processes, obviously if there is one bad apple somewhere in the system, then everything goes for a toss. Now that is why digital systems, now for the CPL, commercial pilot license, we have bought EPL, electronic pilot license system.
Wonderful.
Now we are just the second country after China where International Civil Aviation Organization is approved for this EPL license, and we are the second country. So we are moving very aggressively into creating these digital systems, and many of the earlier legacy issues that have been carried forward, I think it's time where we are putting a door to all of them and locking them inside, and we are opening up a new India today.
Coming to the other aspect is cargo, and possibly a revolution needed again for cargo handling. One of the things is that coming to Delhi, for instance, particularly if you're in business, getting out of Delhi by roads is going to be difficult because, there's no multimodal connection. So as soon as I land, I should be able to get out, but to get out of Delhi, you and I know that it'll take 1 hour even to move out of the city. So is there a case now to have, like they have in America where you'd studied, a separate cargo airport that will only support cargo links, that the planes flying, like FedEx has its own airport in the US. Is there such a plan in India to enable that? And if so, where would you think would be the best place to locate such an airport?
Absolutely. And when we talk about the civil aviation, our primary focus goes on to these passengers and people flying. But equally important is the cargo. And there is a huge potential still untapped. So we are trying to move into that sector also. In fact, in the finance budget that has been presented by Sitaraman Garu, she has clearly mentioned that air cargo and cargo services will be improved in the country, and we are going to facilitate seamless integration right from the product to the market, everything. So that is one encouraging thing. So the government is focusing on cargo itself. And your question about, are we thinking about cargo airports? Yes, we are thinking, because the number of airports that we have in our kitty is so huge. So where there is an opportunity for us to improve the cargo services, and let's say like Delhi airport is there. Some don't need to, even if you bring the cargo to Delhi, when it becomes a hub point, so everything comes to Delhi, but it's probably moving to some distances which are 2 hours away also. But it gets congested because everything comes to Delhi. Now we are trying to identify these kind of places where it might be possible for us to divert the cargo to a nearby airport and then make it more specific for cargo operations.
Right.
So this is a model, and we want to create the model of cargo airports also. The naming itself is an airport, but we have to bring in the models of cargo airport where more streamlined services for cargo gets done. And this is something we are actively pursuing within the ministry, and we are going to identify some cargo airports also in the near future and work in that direction now that the budget also specifically mentions towards it.
Excellent. Abhishek?
Since you mentioned the budget, one of the key announcements in the budget was about the Udan scheme, and obviously 120 more airports and 10 more years. Would you like a glass, sir? Would you like a glass? Acha. So,
Nobody has a problem with
no, it's fine. It's fine.
We were just...
In black, it might look like something else.
They do it in some restaurants where... But anyway.
So now that, you know, the Udan scheme, obviously it's been a success for like 7-8 years now. And what are the learnings and how are you going to do it differently, going forward?
Udan has been a revolutionary scheme from the central government. It was the idea of the Prime Minister, Hawai Jahaj se Hawai Chappal se Hawai Jahaj ka safar. And to make it a reality, there had to be some intervention from the central government. We have created many airports. Building of airports has become an easy task now. Yeah. You have to build the runway, you have to build a terminal, you have the guidelines on how the terminal entry should be, exit should be, plane is coming, what are the standards and all that. We have mastered it now. You give us some piece of land, we'll build an airport within 1.5 years. Now the challenge is, how do you connect it? Now how do you bring the plane there? How do you make it viable? So these are some of the questions which were left out because airports were being built but nobody was operating from there. So then we had to tap into that question, and that is where the Udan came into picture. Udan is Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, and the scheme itself is that wherever there is a demand for these airports, there we put in some capex money and we build in the minimum infrastructure which is needed. And second, we are going to bid the route, let us say from very random Saharanpur to Delhi or somewhere. We have Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh, Kurnool to Delhi. Now nobody is going to operate. They'll feel that their viability is not there. I'll run a plane, but maybe 10 people are going to come. What about my finances? So there we are saying, if there is, we are going to bid the route, Kurnool to Delhi. Let's say some airlines has taken that route. Then with the Udan scheme, we are going to give viability gap funding for the next 3 years. Excellent. As a kickstarter for the route. And until that route gets financially viable, which we feel 3 years is the right amount of time, we are going to support the airlines so that the route gets, and our whole intention is that we have to connect Kurnool to Delhi. Right. Now this is a route which people prefer, but airlines might not want to come. So Udan scheme caters for that. This is the basic gist of the scheme. Yeah. And because of the scheme, 619 routes were started in the last 10 years. Yeah. And 1.50 crore people were traveling on these routes. So it's a huge success from what we have thought. Now because of it, after I've come in, now there was one challenge after I come in. I was talking about Udan, left, right and center, this is the best scheme and all that, but it was only there for 10 years. So I was at the closing end of the scheme. Then I immediately put in a request to our Prime Minister, to our Finance Minister, that this is what is being the nerve center for our growth. So we have to extend it. And they have been so gracious that they have accepted it. And now they have extended it for 10 more years now. And it was announced in the budget also that Udan is going to be extended. Yeah. And they've also said that we are going to connect 120 destinations. That's huge. Yeah. Wow. New destinations. So this caters for new airports being built. It can be water aerodromes where we can run seaplanes. It can be helipads where, heliports where helicopter connections can be given. So we have given one sense of direction for the next 10 years, which is going to drive the civil aviation sector. And now Udan, the next scheme, just like how we have connected 1.50 crore people, we want to connect 4 crore people in the next 10 years. But I see if things are going the way they are going and we do the right things right now, then we are going to cross 4 crores. We are the third largest domestic market today. I aim for only one thing, which is to be the #1 domestic market in the whole world. I think everything is coming together here today, and with the blessings of the God and the right moves from the ministry and everyone, we are going to achieve it. No doubt about it.
We wish it very well. One final question. We've got 2 minutes, and this concerns flight safety. Yeah. There have been accidents in recent past. What are your thoughts on flight safety? How can we ensure, as we boom in the aviation sector, passengers can travel safely, aircraft can fly safely?
One line, safety and security zero tolerance, no compromise at all. Any law that we do, any rule, any regulation that we bring, the first and foremost priority that we keep in mind is that security and safety, they have to be 100%. And that is how the Indian civil aviation system has been ever since its inception. And we are going to continue on that motto. And it is little disturbing to see some of the incidents happening abroad. But we have a system, wherever the incident happens, let's say in US, Canada or some other country, our team requests them to give the report. So they study the report from our side and they'll assess what went wrong in that. And based on the outcomings of that report, if any necessary changes are required in our Indian system itself, so that ours can be more stringent, they do all these things. So our system is so strong itself that we won't allow for any anomalies to happen or outliers to be there. So we have a very strong system here, considering that safety and security are the topmost priority. So there is nothing to worry as such. But people might say that, okay, this happened in this. So we are trying to take it. But the investigation agency and what happened becomes the responsibility of that country's investigation agency. Yeah. So they have to give us a report. Let us say it is an aircraft with such and such faulty thing. Then we ensure that that aircraft with those things get checked and they get treated in time so that the safety doesn't get compromised. So we are thoroughly observing it. And like I said, it's going to be the topmost priority for us. No business, no demand, no passenger can any way let us compromise us on this issue. So this will be our topmost priority, that I can assure you.
Well, let's give him a very warm round of applause, Mr. Rammohan Naidu.
Thank you.
Actually, it's very good to see a dynamic minister. You've outlined your plans, the enthusiasm, and the fact that you want to make India the #1 hub in aviation. We hope that dream comes true for all of us.
Thank you so
Thank you very much, and let's give him a very, very warm round of applause.
Thank you, Mr. Naidu, for taking time out of your busy schedule to be with us here today and for sharing insights on how India is preparing for the next era of air travel. Now, I would like to invite Manoj Sharma, CEO of India Today, to join us on stage to present token of appreciation to the esteemed minister. That was indeed a very candid session. We have another dynamic minister for the next session, Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways. He's going to be here any minute now. Please just give us a couple of minutes and we will start soon. Under Maritime India Vision 2030, the focus is on efficient and technologically advanced ports that can elevate India's global competitiveness. To share insights into how India is navigating its future in smart port infrastructure, we are honored to have with us Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal, Honorable Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. He has previously served as the Chief Minister of Assam from 2016 to 2021. Everyone, please give him a warm round of applause. Also requesting India Today's Editorial Director for Publishing and Executive Editor Kaushik Deka to introduce our the Honorable Minister and moderate the session.
Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Sarbananda Sonowal, Union Minister for Ports, Shipping and Waterways, a very, very warm welcome again. I've known Mr. Sonowal since he was Chief Minister of Assam, did a dynamic job there. Then he was, because earlier you were also Union Minister of Sports, Skill Development, and Ayush also, I remember. We did yoga together on this. And of course, he handles a very, very critical ministry. We were just joking outside when Mr. Ramaun Naidu was there. Between them, air and sea is taken care of on this one. The roadways will come soon. But I think the main thing here was that, in many senses, was like the Indian Navy. The Indian Navy was always seen as the stepsister of the armed forces. The Air Force got a certain play. The military, army got a lot. In India, roads got a lot of priority. Air got only now waterways and shipping is getting it. So there's a huge challenge, and this is because we are looking now at exporting a lot, and the fact that our ports and the shipping is very critical for the plans ahead. And we've seen Mr. Trump go at exports all across the world. And clearly, the new emerging world order for India will depend a lot on how well we do on the export front. And on that is dependent, in terms of infrastructure, on Mr. Sonowal. So, Mr. Sonowal, can you outline for us what are the things you are doing to ensure that India is at the cutting edge of maritime and shipping, and ensuring that ports are moving and logistics are moving at tremendous speed? May I now request you to make your opening remarks and present your outline and your vision for shipping in India?
First of all, I am thankful to India Today Group for inviting me to this conclave. And as you know, the Ministry of Port, Shipping, Waterways, this is a key ministry and who handles more than 95% EXIM cargo by volume and 70% by value. So this is the scale of responsibility we always carry with our full of dedication and commitment. Under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, in the last 10 years, transformatory initiative has been taken up, and as a result, now you can see how World Bank Logistic Performance Report Index now giving us the status because of our performance, credible performance, because of our commitment, because of the modernization, mechanization, digitization. That's the revolutionary changes taken place in the last 10 years. Earlier, it was not that way, priority sector. And even, sorry to say, even in the mainstream media also, not giving that way space to this ministry. But right. Exemplary activities and efforts needs to be undertaken, because if India wants to become the #1 nation in the world by 2047, our ministry will have to play very, very important pivotal role. That is clear. So that is why all the ecosystem has already been developed in the country. And whether in the Sagramala program you have seen more than 850 projects we have identified, and with the worth of rupees 5.8 lakhs crore investment in the 20 years time. So far we have completed more than 50%. So that has given a lot of strength to this ministry, and also the capacity enhancement, and also the port modernization and port-led industrialization, and coastal community development, coastal shipping, inland waterways, in all the parameters, you have seen how this particular ministry is signing. And it is happening only because of Honorable Prime Minister's vision. Because it is he who has been taking this particular sector very, very importantly and ultimately considering us. You have seen the last budget. Yes. What are the path-breaking announcement?
25,000 crores?
Yeah, Maritime Development Fund. So that way, many other transformation is taking place. And we are confident now that India is going to become the leading maritime nation in the next 5 to 6 years' time.
Now, if you compare India with Indian ports with ports elsewhere, the main things in terms of infrastructure, logistics, and movement, and the speed of movement of loading, downloading, how much have you changed that in the last couple of years? You've been 5 years as minister.
I want to tell you that when you talk about the turnaround time,
right,
we are better than Australia, we are better than America, we are better than Germany nowadays.
Wow.
So in many parameters, World Bank Logistic Performance Report has now given us those categories, which has always enlightened everyone, every Indians, to give a fresh look to the performance of this particular ministry. So as you know, in the out of the 100 best performing port, particular container handling, out of 100 ports, we have been the 9th position we have occupied, and Visakhapatnam among the top 20 container handling port in the world. So this reflects the exemplary performance now given by this ministry.
What did you do to transform this? Where were the systems that you got into and made sure that things were moving? Where did you see the issues and how did you transform it?
When you take the, the demanding situation of the present day's world, so you have to put your best possible effort in bringing all the modern technology and innovation, particularly to enhance your capacity, to enhance your cargo handling capacity, and also to develop a better infrastructure facility, to better ecosystem, so that every shippers feel at home, and also creating an environment for ease of doing business.
Right.
So easy access to all the operators involved in this particular sector. So that is the way you'll have to create the ecosystem to draw the investor across the world.
Kaushik, you want to come in at this stage? Don't speak Assamese. Both of them from Assam.
But I'll ask something related to the Northeast. Because one thing that has come up in a big way during your tenure, the development of waterways. Now we hear that China is going to build a dam on Brahmaputra, Yalung Sangpo at the Great Bend, which is 2 ways. It's very difficult for India because it's also the epicenter of all the earthquakes that have happened in the past. And if they build that dam, actually they go ahead with that. That can potentially, as many geologists say, that can potentially dry up Brahmaputra, which is the lifeline of waterways in the Northeast. It also connects us to Bangladesh. So what is the government reaction and take on this, particularly in terms of Northeast?
It is an international issue, and particularly this issue will be handled by our External Affairs Ministry. But we are concerned that whether it is inland waterways or coastal shipping or ocean shipping, in all these particular sectors, whatever mandate we have as a ministry, we have to take the appropriate action in it, particularly supposing if there is a crisis of draft of water in river Brahmaputra, because this is also one of the hardest challenging part. So in this issue, we are addressing through dredging. Now, to have the dredging activities done properly so that the cargo vessel, passenger vessel, cruise vessel can move seamlessly. This is what we are doing in River Brahmaputra, that is National Waterways 2. Under the direction of Honorable Prime Minister, because Prime Minister always gives top priority to the overall development of the northern state. You have seen it the last 10 years. So that is why, whether it is Brahmaputra, National Waterways 2, Brahmaputra, Barak, national waterways, 16, and all others like 18 national waterways. So we are all taking the appropriate measures by developing infrastructure like jetties and terminals, so that the vessel can easily operate. And also we are creating the ecosystem for ship repair facilities in River Brahmaputra at Pandu. This is for the first time, which has been undertaken by Cochin Shipyard Limited, one of the most credible shipbuilders in the world nowadays. So this is the way we are building the ecosystem, and I am confident that whether it is Brahmaputra or Barak and Ganga, all these particular rivers, major rivers of the country can be integrated through the appropriate initiative we have taken so far. So I believe that is the way we are always encouraging the vessel operators. And in the recent past, we have launched a cargo promotion policies. So that is the policy through which will provide 35% incentive to the cargo operator, like cargo vessel operator. So that is definitely going to give a lot of boosting to those people who are thinking of investing in this inland waterways. I believe that's the way we'll have to create the ecosystem. Yeah.
Another concern is Bangladesh, the political situation in Bangladesh.
I know you want to get your Bangladesh question, but I think we'll just bring it back and I'll give you the chance to do this. Is it related to your China question or?
Not related, but because India has a lot of interest, maritime interest in Bangladesh, and given the political situation, changes in political situation, how are you seeing it as a challenge?
So far, our vessels are smoothly sailing through the Bangladesh Protocol route. So whatever MOU we have among both the nation, both are, with commitment, honoring the kind of, MOUs. And as a result, whether it is cargo vessels and other vessels, they are moving very smoothly.
If you look at what you said earlier, the Maritime Development Fund that the government has sanctioned, 25,000 crores, there the private sector participation is going to be critical.
Yeah.
How do you ensure, two questions, how much of this is going to be public-private participation? Second issue is, do you see the time has come, like you've given a lot of airports to private players, do you see private participation and in ports gathering momentum considerably?
So actually, the 49%, as you know, this is Government of India's shares, and rest will be shared by our ports, major ports, and all others like other agencies, private players. So that's the way the entire kind of shipbuilding and ship repairs in all these sectors, this should be utilized. And this is definitely going to encourage, particularly shipping. Earlier, it was only confined within those natural landscape. As you know, most of the state in the country,
right,
in the hinterland areas, in the landlocked, so most of the people have not seen sea and operations of the cargo vessel, passenger vessel, cruise vessels,
right,
whether it is coastal regions or in the oceans. But for the first time in the last 10 years, because of the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Ministers, we could able to operate one of the longest river cruise in the world. Earlier, Europe has always been carrying the legacy of this particular cruise operation in the leadership. But now, India could able to prove under the dynamic leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, yes, Indian waters are feasible enough for the cruise operations and all.
No, so the other part of the question was, how much more in terms of ports and privatization of ports, do you see that gaining momentum in the next couple of years? What was the government approach towards that?
Of course, we are bringing the legislation also, because whatever legislation was enacted 100 years back, that's become most of the redundant and also obsolete. So that's why we are bringing, as per the modern days demands, we are bringing the legislation, we are developing the robust port operation mechanism across the country, whether it is like major port or other than major port, because we have got more than 27 ports across the country. So all these ports will be brought under this particular legal systems, and as a result, our transparency of operation and all others like, kind of data sharing, everything will be visible, and which will be facilitate the operators, and which will encourage their confidence, and also inspire them to come to invest in the water.
One of the issues is, of course, that when it comes to private participation, there's always, for instance, the Adani Group has got a lot of ports. How do you see other groups come in? Has he got, firstly, too many? And do you see other players, big players coming? Do you ask them to come in?
Of course, because nowadays, for shipbuilding,
right,
Japan and South Korea, they are leading companies, they are willing to invest in India, because we are creating the ecosystem, shipbuilding clusters across the countries, and with the support of the state government. So that is the way, integrated effort of center and state, ultimately creating that environment which is drawing the attention of the big builders, shipbuilders of the world. So this is how we are creating.
And management of ports?
Of course, port management, because the modernization, mechanization, digitization, we are making all the port most modern and well equipped, so that nobody feel that Indian ports are not up to the mark. Everybody will feel that, yeah, it is competent and competitive, and also it is eco-friendly, and also it is modern, and also it can accommodate all kind of facility, whatever they desire.
Now, of these 200 and how many ports did you say that are there?
227.
That's a huge amount of ports.
Yeah.
Would you, how much of that is run by government now? How much of that is private? And how do you see a progression towards that? Because, you know, the private sector would like to participate.
69 ports are operational.
Right.
The rest are still yet to develop. So that is why they will all be brought under the same legal system.
And how many of them do you see privatization or private players take charge of these ports? Just like airports, a lot of them have gone to the private players.
Of
you
course,
see that as a big area?
It is, and the principle of PPP.
Right.
So that is, their option is very clear. So that is why whoever is interested, they can come and study and take part in this a journey. Yeah.
So you're open to a lot of private participation in it?
Of course.
Also encouraging a larger number of groups, I would gather, on this one. On this. Kaushik, you had a question?
One critical question, means we discussed it last time also, the last mile connectivity to ports. So what is the government doing in developing that?
Look, we are bringing particularly one port, for your information, for the first time in the history of India's 78 years of independence. One of the mega ports is under construction, that is Waterways, okay? Which is going to become one of the leading transshipment hub for the containers. And altogether, it will have the capacity of cargo handling to the extent of 300 million metric ton per annum. 23.3 million TEUs container will be handled by single port. It is going to be one of the top 10 container port in the world. So this is how we are going to compete with the rest part of the world. Because this competitive environment, if you want to create, you will have to first develop the infrastructure as per the demand of the modern days, entire operation system, or modern days, infrastructure facilities. So this is the, revolutionary initiative undertaken in this country for the first time. That is happening only because of the Honorable Prime Minister's vision. And also, we are bringing Galathier Bay, that is in the Nicobar and Andaman Islands, as you know. We are also bringing one of the, a major, transshipment hub there also, with an investment of 49,000 crores. The earlier one is 76,000 crores. These are the mega port, and as you know, if you talk about last mile connectivity, it is close to Philippines, close to the Malaysia, so that Galathier Bay. So this is also going to happen soon. So this is how the India is planning to develop the entire port mechanism in the not only in India, but also we are running Sabahar is at Udan, and others even in Sri Lanka also. So that is the way India's presence in the world map will be very much visible in the port operation, cargo handling, and also in the shipbuilding. By 2047, we want to be the top 5 builders in the world. So this is how the entire planning is developed, and also execution strategy has also been adopted.
You had also mentioned the Nicobar, is that Galatia? Of course, it's going to be one of the largest transshipment areas. There have also been concerns about the environmental issues that were there. There have been protests and people have gone to the court. Where does that stand now?
All the environmental issue has been appropriately addressed, and now it is a settled issue.
Okay. And we're going ahead with the Galatia port on this front. Okay, coming to the other part which you had mentioned, the Sagarmala program, and you talked of it, modernization of ports, boosting connectivity. Can you tell us what are the milestones?
There are 5 verticals.
Right.
First, port modernization, mechanization, digitization, number 1. Number 2, port-led connectivity enhancement. The port, whatever port we have, we need the rail connectivity, road connectivity, and air connectivity event. So all mode of transportation needs to be integrated. And the principle of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan, multimodal connectivity. Okay. Number 3, port-led industrialization.
Right. Interesting.
Number 4, coastal community development. It is not that we are only building the ports and handling the cargo, but also we are putting our best possible sincere effort to make the welfare of the coastal community. And they are the young generations, employment opportunity. That is why we are building the ecosystem of skill development center right from Gujarat to West Bengal. All the 9 coastal states and also other Indian territories, they are having this kind of skill development center. Out of scaling those youth, we are employing them. So this is what. And the last one is the coastal and inland waterways. Like we are doing the coastal shipping, coastal, cruise, and also inland waterways, developing the national waterways, creating infrastructure, making feasible for the operator to handle cargo, passengers, cruise, all 3 ferries to be operated. So this is how the entire nation is having better mode of transportation, and which is cost effective, which is eco-friendly, which is seamless, less congestion. So now if you compare the logistic cost, if you compare with railways, roadways, then it is the cheapest in the waterways. So that is why this is, in many ways, it is for the investor friendly.
Right. Kaushik? 2 questions we have. One, you start, and then I'll take the final one.
Again, I'll come back to the ports because in every sphere today, these days, we talk about digitalization, AI, and all that. So how Indian ports are getting modernized? Added to that is the safety and security of these ports, because we at times hear of drug haul and all those things. So how the port ministry is cooperating with other related ministries to ensure safety, security of the ports, plus the digital transformation?
Look, particularly when you visit our ports, then you will discover the truth, how we are modernizing. Because simply I want to cite one example. Earlier, for a cargo vessel, they had to wait for the port authority to give space for this embarkment there like cargo, isn't it? So it took 48 hours. 48 hours. Now, because of the efficiency and incorporation of the technology, it takes only 20 hours. From 48 hours to 20 hours. Saving the time, and it's become more economic friendly. So this is the way we are modernizing the ports, technological incorporation, whether it is all the trucks through which the cargoes are transported. They are also under scanners. No objectionable item can be brought to the ports. So this is the way we are developing the security system also. Nothing is hideout, but everything must be put on the transparency. And as a result, now confidence of the operators is also increasing and ports are becoming more efficient.
Finally, I'm coming back to the question because so much of investment is happening in terms of private participation in the port development. Where do you see that going? Currently we are confined to very few players. Do you now want to open it up to a lot more? What is your sense of the way private participation, since we talk of PPP, how much more do you see that happening in ports? Ports particularly. Yes.
The JNP become like, it is a landlord's ports.
Right.
Yet mainly 100% वहाँ private investment हो चुका है.
Right.
Other ports are also in the process. PPP, this if you want to make the success story out of this policy, then you will have to create the ecosystem there. Now the private players are discovering that our port system is very friendly to them. As a result, they are finding that it is easy to do business in Indian ports. So that is why their interest level is increasing. Yeah.
Well, Mr. Sonowal, I think we've run out of time. Kaushik, do you have any quick... yes, you want to say something, Minister? Go ahead.
मैं तो आप लोगों से सिर्फ एक ही बात कहना चाहता हूँ, मेनस्ट्रीम मीडिया हमें मदद करे, क्योंकि ये जलमार्ग में जो शक्ति बसा हुआ है, शक्ति, संभावना और संपदा, ये 5000 साल पहले हिंदुस्तान, अगर आप इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन, हड़प्पन सिविलाइजेशन अगर अध्ययन करें, तो आपको ये पता चलेगा, आपको मालूम हो ही जाएगा कि हिंदुस्तान, भारत आज से 5000 साल पहले we were the leaders in the maritime sector. We used to build ship, we used to repair it, and we used to trade across the oceans. So that is the power we could able to demonstrate it long time back. That rich legacy still there. That is what Honorable Prime Minister has brought into the pictures and into the practical reality and reminded the people, please gear up and try to understand your rich legacy of maritime sector. This is what ultimately at Gujarat, Lothal, when after going to the excavation process, they have discovered that city, which has reminded us about 500,000 years rich legacy. So that is why, with this spirit, we'll have to look forward to become the #1 maritime nation in the world in the next 25 years. That vision is very clear. And Honorable Prime Minister's vision is so powerful. Whatever he thinks, he always executes it with better planning, better program, better policy, and commitment, and better good governance, and also quality implementation. So these are the power he stands. And that is why today you have seen the Ministry of Port, Shipping, Waterways now become the talk of the nation, talk of the world.
Let's give Mr. Sonowal a very, very warm round of applause.
Thank you.
For answering all our questions. And we hope that we'll become the #1 shipping partner under your watch as well. Thank you very much.
What an engaging conversation, indeed. And thank you, Mr. Sonowal, for sharing with us how India is steering towards smarter and efficient ports. May I request to stay back on stage for a token of appreciation, please, sir. It is to be presented by Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO of India Today. Building the momentum on ports further, the next panel will delve into how Indian ports are evolving to meet future challenges, integrate technology, and boost global trade efficiency. For the panel, Making Ports Future Ready, Fueling the $10 trillion Indian Dream. Please welcome the session speakers on stage, Mr. P.L. Haranad, Chairman, Paradeep Port Trust, and Dr. Madhyan Angamuthu, Chairperson, Vizag Port Trust. Everyone, please welcome them on stage. Moderating this session is MG Arun, Managing Editor at India Today. Over to you, MG.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, Minister Sonowal has put the right perspective on the kind of huge plans that the government has to take India's shipping as well as the shipbuilding industry forward. We have just heard how the government has set up the Maritime Development Fund of 25,000 crore, as well as the various plans to boost the maritime infrastructure in this country. So now we are taking the discussions a little ahead. And to do this, we have got two eminent panelists. We have Mr. P.L. Haranath, who is the chairman of the Paradeep Port Trust, and Dr. Madhyan Angamuthu, chairperson of the Visakhapatnam Port. So my first question is to Mr. Haranath. Building a very strong maritime ecosystem is the need of the hour. How is the government planning to meet the capacity needs of the region? We just heard certain points being raised by Mr. Sonowal. To take it a little ahead, especially in the southern region and the eastern region, what is the action plan that you have for 2030? We could start there.
Thank you so much. First of all, I express my sincere thanks to India Today for organizing this conclave, so inviting both of us. Already we have heard the Honorable Minister for Port Shipping and Waterways. He has outlined the efforts of the government so for making the India a maritime powerhouse by 2047. Today, if you see that the Indian port capacity, whether it is a major ports are normally the ports under government control, and non-major ports are the private ports. Major and non-major ports put together is about 2.7 billion tons. We handle a cargo of about 1.6 billion tons. But in the next 5 years, as the economy grows, we are expected to become, we are the rapidly transforming economy, we are expected to become the third largest economy by 2030, even before that. The maritime growth also happens 1.1 to 1.5x of the GDP growth rate. That means it grows faster than the GDP growth. So this 1.6 billion tons we are carrying through our ports now is expected to reach almost about 2.2 to 2.4 billion tons by 2030. It will go further by 2047. So first thing what we have to do is we have to expand the capacity, because unless the capacity of the ports are expanded, the vessels will come and wait for the berths. So vessels should not wait for the berths. In fact, the berths should wait for the vessels. So that's why this 2.7 billion ton capacity which is existing as on date, out of which is 1.6 is the major port and 1.1 is the non-major ports, is expected to go up to 3.5 billion tons, either by mechanization, the modernization, or the new ports creation, like Vadhavan is being created, Galathia Bay is being created, new ports, major ports are coming, number of private ports are coming. And within the major ports, we are also going for a PPP models and expanding the capacity through mechanization. Capacity can be expanded either by new ports or by expanding the old ports, or by mechanization and modernization of the existing terminal itself, the capacity can be increased. all the methods are being followed, and it is going up to 3.5 billion tons by 2030, which will be expected to go to almost about 10 billion tons by 2047. Honorable Prime Minister has already announced this in the Global Maritime India Summit at Mumbai a year back, because we are expecting that the cargo will go up to almost 6.7 billion tons by 2047. So normally the ports operate at 70% of the capacity. That means if the capacity utilization goes beyond 70%, the vessels, huge congestion will happen. So we should always have a 30% cushion. Taking that 30% cushion, we have planned the expansion. All the ports like Visakhapatnam port, Paradip port, almost all the ports, both East Coast and West Coast, are expanding themselves to accommodate the potential trade that is being offered by the market by 2030.
Okay. So I think I'll take a word or two from Dr. Angamuthu on this. There is no doubt that the maritime trade is extremely crucial for India to expand, to enhance its position in the global value chain. How do you see the overall plans of the center, especially with specific reference to Vizag port, and it was mentioned by the minister himself, that you have emerged as the largest handler of cargo in the country. So some specifics from you on that.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. I just want to compliment Team India today for this wonderful event. And I just want to supplement whatever facts stated by my Honorable Minister and my colleague, Mr. Arnavji. What I want to say, the topic in which we are discussing today, it's very interesting. Making ports future ready, fueling the USD 10 trillion Indian dream. I just want to say, do we ready at all? Yes, we are ready. As far as port infrastructure is concerned, we are in a good position to handle the vision of the so-called 10 trillion USD, and we have an excellent infrastructure to take care of it. As Anna sir was telling, close to 70% of the capacity we are handling. With the future expansion, ports like Vadwan and few more mega ports in south and eastern sector, we can handle. And 70% of our berth, all our terminals, you can say, it's being operated by private operators. So that is also, again, another silver lining. But here, one context I want to say, as far as port infrastructure and port capacity is concerned, we are fully ready. But to complement this infrastructure, we need two more sectors we need to give importance. That is shipbuilding, ship repairing, and the third point is ship recycling. And to take care of all those things, we need to have an excellent ecosystem wherein maritime skill development. So that is where, we are somewhere, we need to address this issue. Maritime skill development is also one of the sector wherein we need to improve. So with this context, with the existing, we have a Maritime India Vision of 2030, and we have a Maritime Vision for, consonanting with our Vikshit Bharat Initiative 2047. So coupled with all those things, we can touch this 10 trillion USD dream. That is almost possible.
Great. I want to come to Mr. Haranath. There is we have mentioned shipbuilding. In fact, the minister also touched upon this. In fact, the center has the shipbuilding mission, which aims to create a robust shipbuilding industry by 2047. And again, the driver is going to be the Make in India. The minister mentioned the shipbuilding clusters that are being planned and how certain Japanese and Korean companies have already expressed interest. Could you throw some light on some of the work that is being done on this front?
Yeah, shipbuilding is really a huge potential market which is available. It is a $150 billion global market as on date available. And 64 million gross ton is the capacity available in the world. So as on date, the India's capacity is only 0.1 million gross tons. So there is a huge possibility for improving our capacity. So the Maritime India vision points that we should become top 10, one of the top 10 nations, and by 2030, and the top 5 nations, we should crack into top 5 by 2047. So it is more important because if you see the Indian fleet of the vessels, 45% of the Indian fleet vessels have already crossed 20 years of age. 20 years is the lifespan. Then another about 10, 20%, 20% is approximately 15 to 20 years range. So that means around 60% of the Indian fleet have to be replaced after 5 years. So of course 40 has to be replaced immediately. So there is a huge potential. Instead of depending on the foreign countries, if you can develop shipbuilding in India, there is a market is there. And Paradeep, there are 4 clusters are being developed, out of which Paradeep is one of the cluster in Orissa. And we plan to develop a shipbuilding center north of Mahanadi. The huge tracts of land, government land is available. Already government of Orissa and Paradeep Port and Minister of Port Shipping and Waterways coming together and then finalizing the DPR. Once the DPR is finalized, we will go for expression of interest on that.
Dr. Angamuthu, maybe you can take it a little forward, this whole aspect of shipbuilding. One of the things that the greenfield projects face, in fact, we saw this in the first session, we heard it from the speakers, has been the big challenges, especially on issues like land acquisition. How do you bring in more private parties interested in taking up some of these projects? Maybe you could give your views on that, and then we'll go on to some other specifics.
That's true. Even Government of Andhra Pradesh and Government of India, they intend to develop Andhra as a shipbuilding cluster. So we are engaging an institution called RITES to prepare our DPR to develop 2 clusters. One is a place called Mulapeta in Srikakulam district. The another one is called Dugarajapatnam, closer to Tirupati Nellore belt. So we intend to shut up a shipbuilding and ship recycling center along with a mega port somewhere in Mulapeta. As you know, the financing in this sector is little, I'll not say it's tight, but it's a kind of a sunrise sector. So the way it evolved in European and our East Asian countries, it's not yet developed in a country like India. Even in shipbuilding, we are like only with the Atmanirbhar initiatives. We started making ships and started like taking care of this industry to next level. So this financial status in kind of rudimentary shape. Maybe government thought that this sector will need a further flip. That's why in the last budget they announced there's a Maritime Development Fund, especially to take care of this all the shortcomings and all. So this 25,000 crore, what was announced in the last budget, it will complement that effort. And our people are doing extremely well. Some of our industrialists, they are doing work, they are setting up their industry and all elsewhere in the country like Singapore, Philippines and all. But probably this ecosystem will bring them back to India and they will going to do better work in the days to come, right?
Maybe you can also touch upon some of the success factors that contributed in the first 3 quarters of the current financial year. Your port has handled over 60 MMT of cargo. So maybe it would be a good experience, to share what are the factors that made this happen.
Actually, I have a capacity to handle around 142 million metric tons of cargo. Last year we touched around 82. So what Mr. Arnath was telling, close to 65 to 70%. It's a generic level wherein almost all Indian ports are doing only that much. 65 to 70% is the capacity we achieve. So 30 to 40% we can again, that is a dream to be filled. And what we are doing in our port, I just want to give a rough figure. In general, if you take Indian context, total trade volume almost 95% by volume and 65 to 70% by value. We are handling all the exim cargo, right? Out of that, around 45% export, 55% will be import. I feel that 45-50 should be reverse. And in the 45-50, when you reverse also, we in the Indian context, like our Honorable Prime Minister stated, why to send our raw material to elsewhere and bring back, finished product? So most of our Indian ports, we tend to handle like my 1/3 of volume is iron ore. Iron ore coming from Chhattisgarh and Orissa and going to China and coming back in the form of steel or a finished product, right? So now there is government, like pushing under Atmanirbhar Bharat to come up with a finished product. So there is a reduction in volume, but there is an increase in value. Value proposition, there is an increase, right? And same case with other product like agriculture or horticulture or other engineering product. So we tend to give raw material only. So whereas the finished products are coming from elsewhere, like classic case, basmati rice we send in bulk or in container form. In Dubai or Middle East, they will make it in 5 kg, 1 kg, 10 kg, and they sell it, Middle East or else, Europe and all. So the reverse change is happening because of this Atmanirbhar Bharat, and because of that, there is a slight, reduction in volume as such, but value we are improving. So that's why, we are trying to catch finished product, trying to get some, engineering goods. So it will be in the form of export, so that, like we will get a, otherwise what happened? There is a cannibalization of, our cargo. See, hinterland is same, products are same. I am also competing, Paradip also competing, Gangavaram also competing, See, unless otherwise, you change this narrative and bring some new cargo and a finished product and making, like something, volume instead of volume, value-based proposition, it will not be a good for our Indian economy. So that is what happening now.
Okay, very interesting. Mr. Haranath, are there some innovations like these that you are experimenting, because you also have been setting record after record in terms of cargo turnover?
Yeah, Paradip Port for the last 2 years, and we are contributing almost 25% of the total incremental cargo of Indian major ports, one port. So last year we have become the #1 cargo handling port for the first time of its 67 years and in the country by clocking 145 million tons. This year we may be touching, we will be the first major port to touch 150 million tons. So the most important thing, we have 3-4 points which I will say. One is the capacity augmentation. So we increased the capacity sufficiently. Of course, it is never it will be sufficient. Keep on, we have to continuously exercise. And the mechanization has taken a big important place in our entire efforts. Second thing is the business development initiatives. Now we will say that the customers, we are approaching to customers and with a long-term contracts, and where they will feel comfortable having trade with us. And we are giving concessions on the volumes also. And second thing is ease of doing business. The customers should not come to us, they should sit in their AC offices and do that business with us, rather than going to pillar and post and collecting the different certificates, submitting to us. So we have gone up, of course, in the National Logistic Portal Marine, which has been implemented among all the ports. It has improved the ease of doing business. It is giving a single window platform for the maritime players to do business with the ports. So these are some of the areas which are working, and then we are also going for a cargo diversification in a big way. We are not a container port. Traditionally, the Paradip port was handling the bulk cargoes. Now we have gone for a cargo diversification. We are attracting containers in a big way. And with the government of Orissa, we sat together, and then we have finalized a VGF scheme. For those container liners who are coming to Paradip, we are giving VGF. So such kind of developmental, business development initiatives have been taken up by the port, which is yielding the results.
Great. I wanted to turn the attention of both of you towards some of the challenges that the port sector is facing, including financial sustainability, the high cost of dredging, restrictions on handling certain commodities, then the other competition, etc., etc. Maybe we can start with Dr. Angamuthu. Especially when it comes to the finances. I mean, we have discussed it in an earlier session also. Can you identify some of the major issues and how we can sort of, negotiate around these?
In fact, as far as maritime financing is concerned, as I mentioned, when you compare with other countries, we just started evolving, right? And as far as projects are concerned, our people, our investment is really good, excellent. So to develop a berth or a terminal, you need around 100 crore plus to take care of medium-term infrastructure, and another 150 to 200 crore for long-term, futuristic end-to-end infrastructure. So roughly around, 200 to 250 crore you can invest for each and every berth to develop a terminal. So our, like in Vizag port, close to 80% of our terminals are privatized. So that means there is a availability of fund, and our banks are intent to support, and they are supporting. And as far as participation of private sector is concerned, they are willing, more than willing. Even if you are intent to go for, some, like some kind of a bidding and all, the people who are ready to compete and they want to offer us best of the solution, whatever available in the world, and we can benchmark our thing. Like you mentioned about Vizag performance, when last year World Bank surveyed our container port, we got 18th rank globally. And that 18th rank because of our key performance indicator, and there was an excellent participation of various stakeholders who are part and parcel of this port ecosystem. So they all participated and we got a good rank. And the government also complementing various initiatives. I don't foresee any kind of issue in terms of finance. But only thing what Arna sir was telling, we need to compete. Of course, every port, they intend to, compete and take, because we are, focusing on, same kind of cargo from same region, whereas the time has come, we have to diversify our interest, and we have to bring new cargoes from different areas, different locations. So that will be, kind of a added value for our, port ecosystem. And we need to compete with, other competing countries also, like shipbuilding, ship repairing and all. Colombo is doing good, Dubai is doing good, Singapore and all, they are doing good. Now with all this ecosystem, we can also compete. Because being such a large country, so we are not into, honestly speaking, shipbuilding, ship repairing sector. So probably the time has come, we are going to compete. So if you take the maritime sector, one is the port-related infrastructure, the another one is shipbuilding, then ship repairing, ship recycling, and to take care of all the 4 sector, maritime capacity building. Last 3 sector, we are evolving. The first sector, we are already in excellent shape. We have excellent infrastructure. And with these things, we will be a global player in the days to come. Thank you.
Mr. Haranath, in fact, Dr. Angamuthu talked about the competition that you have from neighboring countries, like Sri Lanka, China, etc. We have a transshipment port that is coming up in Vizhinjam, which is supposed to give a big competition to some of these other players that are already there. I would like to have your views on, how do we make some of our ports that are already existing. We have the strength, we have the capacity, but how do we scale them up to reach those, international levels and handle and attract cargo even from some of those neighboring regions?
Yeah, competition is a good thing. Actually, without competition, we will never grow, and the best of our efficiencies cannot come out. So we must promote competition. In India, the productivity as well as the service has improved because of competition only, because of competition not only among the major ports, but also competition between the major ports and the private ports. So as far as transshipment is concerned, now the bulk of the transshipment happens, say there is Colombo or Singapore, Indian transshipment, and basically the entire feeder containers come from the India's hinterland only. Now with this Vizhinjam, as well as the Galathea Bay, the Honorable Minister has already told in his speech, the Galathea Bay is coming up, which is very close to the Malacca Strait. straight away it can hit the Singapore's cargo if we can be able to provide a similar kind of ecosystem. What the customer will look for it is, so what is the level of efficiency, mechanization, ease of doing business, these are and then the tariff. These are the 4 or 5 issues only the customer will look for it. So in this competitive world, if you can take care of these 4 or 5 issues, definitely Singapore doesn't have any cargo of its hinterland. Everything is a transshipped cargo. So when the transshipment comes from India, not only India, Myanmar, Bangladesh, all these things can be trapped by the Galathea Bay if you can provide a better ecosystem. Similarly, Vizhinjam can act as similar purpose on the west coast also. So there is a huge scope. So far, we are not concentrated on the transshipment cargo. For the last 10 years, one by one steps are taking up, out of which capturing this transshipment cargo is one of our important objectives. So accordingly, the steps are being taken up.
So what kind of incremental steps would you need in an existing port like yours to transform into the transshipment facility?
So we are a gateway port. For example, Paradeep, in fact, Vizag, Haldia, these are gateway ports where enough cargo is available to offer directly to the shipping lines. Transshipment ports, because the vessels which come to these ports are smaller in size, that's why transshipment is required. Agar mainland vessels directly can come to Visakhapatnam or Chennai or to Paradeep, transshipment is not required. So now what we are trying is, on the east coast, the Galathea Bay is one place where the cargo can be aggregated and which is very close to the international sea route and the Malacca Strait. So that can act as a transshipment for entire cargo, not only from the east coast of India, but also from Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Thailand, other countries also. So it can act as a transshipment hub for the entire this cargo. And this Galathea Bay is coming up in 2 phases very fast.
Excellent. Now I think we are coming to a close of time. We have time for one more question maybe. I would take it to Dr. Angamuthu. How would you, come around some of these operational shortcomings? We just talked about, competition from overseas and taking our ports to a certain level. And also, as you rightly said, you need to train people. I mean, the skill is important. It is a big employer. I mean, for our youth. So, keeping these things in mind, if you're looking at the next, say, 20-25 years, what is the kind of steps that ports like yours need to take? Maybe I think both of you gentlemen can take up that question.
I fully appreciate the point stated by you. Like Vizag, we have a Maritime Skill Development Center to do ideation and capacity building for needy people, and we also sponsor. Per year, we intend to sponsor close to 5,000 people per candidate in a different sector related with maritime. Because we found employment rate in the sector is close to 95% and above. Because in general, ships are made in East or Nordic countries, registered somewhere in some Central American countries and playing all over the world. So whereas the crew, the operating crew and the operating people are from India and the Philippines. And our people have excellent advantage to handle this all the like a support system. So we will definitely fit into this ecosystem. So we have with the government is announced good number of schemes. So this like a skill development will definitely grow more and better. And I just want to say, like Sir was telling about this dedicated shipping service lines. Recent our budget introduced, there is a concept called like Bharat shipping service lines. So that concept also going to improve and it is going to give us advantage.
Final word from you, Mr. Haranand, on this?
On this issue, skill development, we have a Indian Maritime University is there and headquartered at Chennai. It has a number of sub-centers. And also each and every port is also working on the skill development, because the skills are the more important things to improve the efficiency as well as the safety also of operations. So this is the topmost of our agendas, and then the government is working very hard to improve the skills and ensure that the ports are a better, safer as well as the efficient working environment is provided at the ports.
So with this, we have come to the end of this session, and Thank you both, gentlemen, for your excellent views on this. Big round of applause to Dr. Angamuthu and Mr. Haranath. Over to you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for the conversation on the future of India's ports. I would also now like to request Suparna Kumar, COO, India Today, to come on stage, please, and hand over token of appreciation to the guests. India's aviation sector is experiencing unprecedented growth, with passenger traffic soaring, new airports being developed, and major investments flowing in. To discuss India's journey towards becoming a dominant player in global aviation, we are privileged to have with us Mr. Peter Albers, CEO, Indigo, one of the most influential leaders shaping India's aviation landscape. Everyone, let's give a warm round of applause to Mr. Albers. I would also like to request India Today's, Mr. Albers, please. Requesting India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Raj Chingappa, and Associate Editor, Abhishek Dastidar, to come on stage and moderate the discussion with Mr. Albers.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Namaste. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here today. And before I share a few words with you, let me just introduce a brief video on what Indigo is all about and where we stand. And I must give a little disclaimer prior, actually. The Indian aviation landscape is changing so fast that by the time we have finished the video, the numbers have changed again. So when you look to these numbers and you see some of the numbers, the disclaimer is that some of these numbers basically have changed already and they are higher than what they are in the video.
India is soaring, a nation that is the world's fastest growing economy and prepares to be the world's third largest economy by 2027. A nation rooted firm in its rich cultural heritage and history that is diverse and united by a growing desire to spread its wings both domestically as well as internationally, while moving ahead on the path of economic development and innovation. A nation that inspires and wins, and where aspirations are not reserved for the few, but rather part of the identity of every Indian. As India grows, Indian aviation is poised to become a global hub. Domestically, passenger traffic is expected to double in the next 6 years. The number of airports are projected to increase further up from 140 in the coming years. Internationally, India is uniquely located from 65% of the world's population within just 5 to 6 hours of flying time and offers a unique and cultural travel experience for all tourists, and is propelled by a strong vision of aviation infrastructure by the Indian government. As Indian aviation takes off, it is Indigo, giving wings to the nation since 2006, propelling India one flight at a time, connecting people and aspirations. Today, Indigo is the primary driver of aviation growth in India, with 2,000 plus daily flights, over 120 destinations, 100 million plus customers, 350 plus aircraft, and approximately 1,000 aircraft on order. Welcome to India. Welcome to the future. India by Indigo.
Thank you. As I said, some of these numbers have been changing, and let me congratulate India today with organizing this conclave, which is all about infrastructure. And aviation is considered in many countries of the world as a crucial part of the infrastructure. And I'm very glad that also here today, infrastructure and aviation are so much linked to the future of the country. Because if you think about it, India is becoming the third largest economy in the world by 27. Mobility is a key part of that infrastructure. Whether that's roads, trains, ports, airports, it all works together as part of that drive for mobility. And I would say aviation is even at the forefront, because it's not only mobility, but also consumer spending. And if I were to share with you that some of our recent openings of new flights to Delhi, from Delhi to Baku, Almaty, Tbilisi, Tashkent, those were destinations originally not served from India. We started with that, and they're full right from the start. And be it Indian students going overseas, be it families traveling together, it's actually resonating very, very well. So against that basis, Indigo is developing from a domestic-oriented airline into a global aviation hub and powerhouse, if you wish. And we're very pleased with all the support we're getting in that. I think the opportunities out there with the growth of the economy are really fantastic. And before we go there, maybe let me just highlight another, I think, which is an important testimonial, if you wish, and confirming the status of that. Once a year, all the airlines of the world gather in one place, and that's the IATA annual conference. That's going to be hosted this year in Delhi itself. It's going to be here in June. It's going to be a bit hot for the participants, but that's fine. I guess that is a reflection of the temperature, of the speed of the economy, and what all we are doing. So that's going to be hosted here. We're obviously very excited to be the host airline as Indigo in that time here. Just on a personal note, I joined Indigo 3 years ago. It's been a wonderful journey in helping Indigo moving from domestic to become a more international airline. And I'm sure that by 2030, when we look back, and a lot of places in the world, we see the nice blue-collared Indigo planes serving India directly. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Impressive, Peter Elbers. And let's give him a very warm round of applause again. Peter Elbers, CEO of Indigo. And just looking at your CV, you've headed KLM, which all of us have flown. And coming straight to the point, India has got this great opportunity of being an aviation hub. It isn't. We've seen Dubai grow, we've seen Singapore grow, Qatar grow, not Delhi, not Mumbai. What do you think we need to do, or India needs to do, to ensure that we get to that place to become the aviation hub of the world?
Yeah, well, thank you for making the reference to KLM. I worked there for 30 years, the last 8 years as the CEO. You know, that home of KLM is a country with 17 million people, 17. That's less than the population of Delhi itself. And we were having 70 wide bodies. That is more than the entire wide body fleet which is operating in India today. So if you take some of these notions and you can make the same parallel to Singapore, to Dubai, to quite a few other places. So I think for really a long time, Indian aviation has relied very much on domestic travel and international travel was sort of connecting to hubs outside the geographical shores of India. I think there's a great opportunity to start building on that. And if you saw in the video that 65% of the world population lives within the range of a 5 to 6 hour flight from India.
That's interesting.
That means that, you know, the opportunity to start connecting over India is phenomenal. And that's exactly the ambition to start building on it. Won't do it overnight, but with the speed and the drive and the ambition, I'm very confident that we'll get there.
What would the, when we talk of an aviation hub, we had the Civil Aviation Minister come here this morning and talk a few of the elements. What do you see as very, very critical in terms of ensuring that, you know, the nuts and bolts of that hub, if you look at whether it's passenger traffic, whether it is baggage movement, whether it's customs and immigration, whether it's just the pleasure of being in an airport, where would you put, if you look at Indian airports, where do you think we need to get?
Well, I think the government of India is putting a lot of emphasis, and I'm very glad that the minister was here and also spoke so highly on all the initiatives and the actions the government of India has taken. There's a long way to go, but a lot of work has been done already. If we just take a step back and we look to great functioning hubs outside India, there's always a, let me call it, golden triangle of collaboration between the government with the regulatory framework, with the things. One is the government, the other one is the airports, and the third one is the airlines. And that should work together in an ecosystem, and I heard the previous speakers around shipping speaking about the very same thing. So that ecosystem has to be built in India. And that, so today we have great intentions from the government, from the airports, from the airlines. I think the next step is that we consolidate that into a holistic view when it comes to education, getting more people in, making sure that all the rules and the regulations and import tariffs and all the things you have are really matched to those ambitions. And again, I see a lot of change there. I'm very optimistic that we get there, but we have a long way to go.
One point is that, and everybody talks of that, to have an aviation hub, you need a major airline. Do you think Indigo is that airline? Why don't you all become that? Why conceding that space to Air India?
Anchor carrier.
You know, for a country of the size of India, we should have multiple large airlines, right?
Right.
And Indigo is determined to be one of them. But there's a lot of chatter every now and then, you know, about consolidation. But if we want to compete in the international arena, you should have a certain size to be able to compete in the international arena. Because we are competing with the likes in the Middle East, we're competing with Singapore, we will competing with the European legacy airlines. So they all are airlines of a size of anywhere between 500 to 700 and sometimes even more planes. I think United today is in the range of 1,000 aircraft. So Indigo today is the first airline in India who crossed the line of 400 aircraft. The issue is not, you know, I have 400 and you have 200 and I'm bigger. No, that's not the issue. The issue is, if you want to compete with them, you need to have a global footprint and you need to partner with others on an equal basis, not just to be a sort of domestic feeder. I think Indigo clearly is building that. If you just think about that, last year, 2024, last calendar year, Indigo took 58 aircraft from Airbus. That is the single largest taker from aircraft in the world. You know, after that it was 50, 45, 40 something. So 7.8% of the entire Airbus production went to Indigo alone. That means 1 out of 13 planes produced there went to Indigo. Every 3 days we welcome on board 1 million customers. Right. So those numbers basically go up. But again, it's very much domestic oriented. The future for me, solidify that base and build on the international piece.
Abhishek?
Peter, you talked about facing competition in the international market, but closer home, competition seems to be hotting up because what used to be, I mean, Air India is no longer what it used to be. It's backed by the Tata Group. New players are coming in. So in this environment, how does Indigo maintain its leadership position? I guess what I'm trying to ask is, what's the secret sauce? Why should I choose Indigo when, you know, there are other airlines there?
Well, as much as I appreciate you and the entire audience, the secret sauce is a secret sauce. So we keep it as a secret sauce. But publicly, I think what is relevant, maybe first to say, the fact that there's consolidation going on in the Indian aviation scheme is exactly what happened at other parts in the world. It's happened in Europe, it happened in the US, it happened in China, and so is happening in India. And if on the one hand side, we are rightfully so proud that we are now the third largest aviation market in the world, also the characteristics of being that third aviation market in the world should be like that. And I mean, Europe is having, what, 4 or 5 large airlines or airlines groups. Same goes to the US, same goes to China. So the fact that in India we have now Indigo on the one hand side and Air India, and then there's a few new contenders, and that's perfectly fine. So I think for Indigo, really the most important part has been all the years, and I should give all the credit to the founder and the promoter of Indigo. There were 3 very simple customer promises: affordable fares, a courteous and hassle-free service, and an on-time performance. And these 3 elements, on-time performance, courteous and hassle-free service, affordable fares, and I think by now we have added an unparalleled network. Think about that, just take a step back. 86% of the Indian population is living within 150 kilometers of an Indigo-served airport. So and if you take it 100, it's even a different number. So that in itself just underlines how strong it is. So our secret sauce remains a secret sauce. Cost leadership is obviously one of them. I mean, the Indian market is extremely competitive, it's extremely price sensitive, and Indigo is able to serve that market. But those customer promises, founded 18 years ago, are still there and will continue to be there. And also, sorry to add, that will enable us to compete international. And I've been working in different parts of the world, I've been traveling in different parts of the world. I'm very confident that the Indigo product can stand up to many other competitors in other parts of the world. I mean, we've recently launched a business class product on the nation's busiest and business routes. So we started with Delhi, Mumbai, where we fly 40 sectors a day. That's resonating extremely well in the market. So our product really will help us to be competitive outside India as well.
Peter, a more personal question. You headed KLM. What's the difference between running an airline like KLM and Indigo in India?
There's a lot of differences.
And what can we learn from the examples, international examples?
Well, the 2 airlines are very different. KLM had one central point, Amsterdam, where, again, a country of 18 million people. Schiphol Airport had 70 million customers, 7-0, for a country of 17 or 18 million people. So that was entirely geared to building it into a connecting model. But it was just one, Amsterdam. I think in India we have the opportunity, given the geographical length and breadth of the country, to have multiple hubs. So that's going to be very different. So that's 1. 2, it was a very sort of airline with a long history, 100+ years. Indigo is only 18 years young. Think about it. It took Ryanair, it took Southwest 34 years to reach from 0 to 100 million customers a year. It took Ryanair 27, 28 years to reach that. Indigo welcomed last year, when we turned 18, 130 million customers in a single year. So probably that's the other difference, and my Hindi is still very poor, but the jaldi jaldi philosophy, that I guess is one of the differences compared to what's happening in Europe and to what's happening in India. You know, everyone has ambition. We need to go forward. Go quick, jolly. Hey. So I think that is another big difference.
Abhishek?
You talked about expansion. Along with expansion comes the need for like quality manpower, quality pilots and ground staff, etc. And what's your take on the training, manpower training ecosystem in India? What needs to be done, and to bring the training back to India, not having to send people from India abroad to get trained?
Yeah. Well, it's a very important point. And at Indigo, we pride ourselves by having one of the largest training institutes in the world. We have our own in-house training institute. We train over 2,000 people a day. And if you go there, it's really impressive. Whenever I have foreign visitors, I take them there and they're, wow, all these floors, it's all Indigo, all people being trained. So we do all that training inside. And the fact that India has such a young population, is really creating I would say, competitive advantage to other parts of the world where everyone is complaining about shortage of labor, shortage of people. We don't have a shortage of people. We don't have a shortage of labor. We need to train them, and it takes time to train them, but we don't have a shortage in itself. So this 2,000 people a day, I think is one big step. I think where we should step up is making sure that we get flight schools, that we get the next level of the ecosystem being done. And I think some of the initiatives where also the manufacturing part is moving into India is helping. Because now we have a lot of people who are being trained, are being educated, and they end up working abroad. Yeah. I think we should have the opportunity in building that ecosystem here, in doing that. There's no lack of people, there's no lack of ambition, certainly, but it's making sure that we have the full ecosystem where these people can work.
Yeah, I mean, interesting that you touched upon that. How do you protect yourself from poaching by airlines in the Middle East and elsewhere, which are coming
Pay
up?
them better? No, I don't know.
You know, how do you cannot prevent it, but I think we have a very strong culture in Indigo. People like to work in Indigo. There's a lot of people who joined us who stay for a long time. I think for a lot of years, probably career opportunities were limited as the airline was very domestic oriented. I think career opportunities are now expanding. We start to open up new destinations. When I joined, we had a handful of international destinations. We opened up Medina yesterday. It's our international destination number 35. So we have ordered wide-body aircraft, which basically we can cover the world. So the career opportunities which are there today are starkly different from those who were there 3 years ago. And they will be even nicer and better in 3 years from now. So I think the culture we're having, of course one should pay adequately, but the culture we're having, the opportunities, the ambitions, and I think some people have left and then they discover that, look what's happening there, look how the airline is growing, look what a great place to work. And you know, the opportunity in airline is you can do a lot of different roles and jobs actually without leaving the company itself.
Peter, just sorry, quickly, I'll come back to you. You've been expanding aggressively across the country and now you're saying internationally, but the aviation sector in India is losing money. The annual loss is about 2,000 to 3,000 crores, that's the estimate. And in terms of Indigo, given the fact that you have increasing operating expenses and forex losses and declining profit after tax, how are you managing this aspect? I think your the previous quarter wasn't that too good in terms of thing. Is it because you've made orders that you're losing, or what's the reason?
No, to be accurate, the second quarter wasn't great. The third quarter was good, which we have recently announced. And of course, we had some of the forex challenges, but that's not unique to Indigo. I think that's to every Indian company having some of the forex challenges. But actually, we had a very good quarter in terms of our revenue numbers, top line numbers, and then of course again some of the forex. But it was profitable, and Indigo is clearly a profitable airline. One of the things which are extremely important, and that's probably a bit linked to the secret sauce question, is to maintain that cost leadership. You know, look at the fare levels in India and compare them to other parts in the world. You could say, you know, also the GDP per capita. So there's some reasons why the fare levels are what they are. But it's an extremely price-sensitive market, and it's an extremely, I would say, competitive market. So the only way to do that is to be on top of everything. Indigo has one of the leading utilizations, leading networks, and the way we start to expand, I think that really helps us. Last but not least, we have introduced our loyalty program.
Right.
Oh. So that started last year, very helpful to get a sort of deeper and longer connection with our customers as well.
No, I just wanted to expand because airline business in India has not been very profitable. We've seen how Kingfisher nosedive, we've seen how Jet Airways is closed. Air India, I mean, the government had to sell it off because it had incurred so many losses. So how are you, you know, given the expansion you're making, are you confident of coming out profitable? And what is the reasons, will be the reasons why you will succeed where others have failed?
Well, again, Indigo is profitable. So it's not a matter of coming out profitable. Indigo is profitable, and Indigo was that prior to COVID. Then, of course, COVID came and everyone was loss-making, including Indigo. And actually, right after, since the end of 22, we sort of have all these quarters of consecutive profits. But we have to do that in order to sort of start investing for the future. And if you ask why did a lot of airlines lose in the past, I probably not look back to too much, but to have a competitive position with a mixture of domestic and international, to be able to have a product to compete with some of these strong international airlines, and to have hubs and airports which allow you to compete. And I think some of the new airports or some of the new terminals, and I mean, just to highlight one, I think the new terminal in Bangalore is a fantastic facility. I think all the investments which are made, and I think this year, 25, is an incredibly important moment for Indian aviation, because finally we're getting a second airport in Delhi. Finally we're getting a second airport in Mumbai. All other big metropoles in the world have that already. London has it, Frankfurt has it, Paris has it, New York has it, Shanghai has it, Tokyo has it. So all these places have multiple airports. And we didn't have it in India, but today it will happen. So I think that's a very important step to further build up that network and to be able to make sure that we can start sort of building the size needed to compete internationally.
Abhishek? Since you talked about India being a price-sensitive market, and rightly so, I wanted to ask you, I mean, in spite of that, why do the fares spike so much to, sometimes to ridiculous levels? I mean, in high demand.
Kumbh Mela was, I think, you could go abroad and come back.
we heard of, like, 60,000 rupees one way, etc. I mean, how does this happen?
I knew this would be coming up, but I think that when the cricket match was, there were hotel prices in Ahmedabad, no?
That's true. It went up.
And when Goldplay was playing in Mumbai, what happened with the hotel prices? Right. So look at the general. Don't look at the incidents. Look at sort of what's the overall landscape, and look at what are the overall fare levels and how you compare that. And so of course prices go up, and then they go down again. And I mean, as I said, I'm now 3 years here. Every Diwali we see it. The prices go up. Oh no, they don't go up. They go down. No, they go up. So every day there's another news on prices go up, prices go down. So take a step back and look what's happening to the average sort of price levels, and then start to compare it with inflation. I think there have been some recent reports which take a 10-year inflation development and a 10-year pricing development. And then with such a distinctive audience, I think you know it for some of the other businesses, and look how prices have developed in those years. Be it real estate, be it properties, be it hotels, be it some other businesses. I think airlines are still very much the competitive part of the industry. And yes, there's going to be some prices, and someone finds one ticket somewhere from the deep south of India to go to Prayagraj. Yes, that happens. It happens, yes.
What you're saying is it can't be escaped every once in a while. Is that what you're saying?
Again, we welcome on board every day over 3.5 lakh customers, a little over more than 1 million every 3 days. That's what we have, 3.5 lakh customers a day. If you look at the 3.5 lakh customers a day, we have systems optimizing those demands. Again, not unusual. It's not only Indigo, it happens all over the world. These systems optimize demands. So a very significant part goes for the lower levels, and then by the time bookings go up, you have a handful of tickets which may go up. Should we have sort of pre-blocked some of those levels? Maybe yes. At least it would have saved a couple of newspaper articles. but in general, I don't think it look at the big picture. We have pretty much almost tripled the number of flights to Prayagraj. So there's only so much one can do in sort of preparing for that. And then again, what happened with the trains? So everyone is sort of struggling to find the right way at the right moment. So this will continue to happen in certain ways. Diwali, Christmas, peak seasons. Yes, it happens. But look at the overall picture.
Right. One of the things is that you'd mentioned earlier was that currently you probably have a 390 aircraft on with you all, am I right?
400.
400, yeah. Right? And you're going up to, you said 950. That's the purchase you're going to make. Am I right?
We have today a little over 400 aircraft in operation. We have the world's largest outstanding fleet order of 950. Every week, one less, because we take a plane every week, so we have 950 planes on order. And that's very important. And why is it important? Not to say, we have 950, because these planes we have are helping us in discussions with the airports to have a long-term projection. So if you want to discuss in your ecosystem, right. And airports, for airlines, if you go to Airbus or Boeing today, it takes me 5 years to get the planes. If you decide to build an extra terminal at an airport, it's probably take you more than 5 years. So the line of sight we're providing to the airports today, and basically say we have 400 in operation today, we'll have in the range of 600 to 700 by the end of the decade in operation. Right. That helps us a lot in all the discussions with Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai, all the airports of the country really, to start building that infrastructure.
Now, one of the things you notice, the two questions arise out of that. One is, of course, if you go to any Indian airport, the major airport, you see a lot of aircraft grounded. For some reason, they're all lying in a row there. Some of them, of course, they lost making and had to shut down. Indigo, I think, has got, what, an average of, how many of your flights currently are on ground, we're not able to move for various reasons? That's 40, one. 50, yeah. 40 to 50, is that the... And then the second aspect is what you talked about, the supply chain issue that you have to get the aircraft in. Yeah. Can you talk about these two issues? Because that sort of constrains the aviation industry.
Yeah, well, these two elements are very much linked. I think a lot of companies in the world at COVID decided to cut back significantly on their capabilities, either let off go people or production facilities or shops. What has happened is that all that reductions took probably not enough into consideration that post-COVID, the aviation world is surging again. So at Indigo, we are confronted with actually a global supply chain challenge when it comes to some of the parts and materials we need. That has led indeed to a very significant number of planes which were grounded. So you're right, you see these planes standing in Delhi and Bangalore and a few other places, but mostly on these two locations. I think what's important is at Indigo, we have taken a lot of sort of mitigating measures. We have extended leases, we took some planes back, we've had some damp leases, we had some other leases. So despite the fact that we had this issue, we still could maintain our capacity guidance and could grow from 100 million to 113 million customers in the last year only. We see it's getting better. We peaked that number in the middle of last year, and ever since it starts to taper down going forward. And Indigo, I would say, is in a very, very good position because we get these planes coming in every week.
Right.
So these were ordered, I would say, a very visionary approach. These were ordered prior to COVID. Our recent order clearly has added to that, and with that, we will sort of make it through this world supply chain challenge. Another reason, by the way, why we should have infrastructure in India. That puts us in a much better position to do it like that when it comes to engines, when it comes to maintenance. But that will help us to navigate through these, what I would call as short-term challenges.
Well, I think we've got a minute left. And is Kapil call here? I was told he was, you were mentioning, where's Kapil? Is he here? Yeah, hi. I thought you could ask a question of Peter. Kapil, can someone just give him a... He's a top aviation expert, and this is a good chance to sort of, Kapil, right?
Oh, I know Kapil, and I'm usually very concerned about his questions. Kapil, good afternoon.
Kapil, just get yourself a mic. Ranjit? Just a mic there. He's there, that person with the mic, yeah.
Okay, excellent. I came to hear you, so it was a good session. I think one of the things that Peter missed out is that there has been an exceptional story from day one of what Indigo has created. I haven't seen any airline in the world with an operational excellence and a delivery model of about 50, 60 planes a month regularly. So the question should be that how do you maintain that operational excellence, which is core to your business model. The rest of it falls in place. That's not a problem. You can do marketing, commercial. The core is, operational excellence. And if you've studied Indigo, that I haven't seen an airline which has grown to 400 planes or 450 planes in 18 years. The question should be going forward, how do you maintain that operational excellence?
That's a good question. How do you maintain that excellence?
Yeah, I would say, Kapil, thanks for bringing that up. And for a lot of people in the industry, again, globally, looking at Indigo when it comes to utilization, when it comes to turnaround, when it comes to the boarding processes, a lot of these operational processes leading to that operational efficiency have been deeply rooted in the company. And that goes from the sort of hardcore processes to the people itself and the people training part. That's exactly why going forward, we keep all these things in-house. You know, we moved to a new training institute, our own training academy last year because the other ones were getting too small. We didn't outsource. We didn't say, you know, we're going to work with others. It's an in-house thing. It's deeply rooted in the Indigo culture to do that. So one is continue to have that culture of operational excellence deeply rooted in the company and the people. Because at the end of the day, and I'm a firm believer in that, it's the people who do that. You can only buy 2 types of aircraft, Boeing and Airbus and maybe Embraer. You can buy 3 types of seats. You can buy 4 types of reservation systems. You can buy some different catering, but that's not an operational excellence thing. So it's the people who make the difference. So that is one. I think the second part where I think your question is partly related to that. You've moved from a 20 aircraft airline to a 400 aircraft airline, and you're going to move to a 600 aircraft airline. And I think the digitization part is going to be the next big part of that. So all what we can do in terms of digitization, we have really stepped up our efforts in that respect. So we cultivate the very foundations and the basis, but we're going to use a lot of digitization to move forward to that. And I think probably there's no better place in the world to be located than India. The whole world comes to here to fix that stuff, right? So we should be able to do it ourselves. So these 2 elements, cultivating the basis and invest in digitization here in India itself, is going to be the 2 elements. Because to your point, operational excellence is key to the success, back to the secret sauce, and it will continue to be like that.
Well, we've run out of time. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Elbers, let's give him a very, very warm round of applause, CEO of Indigo. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Albers, for this extremely engaging discussion and sharing how Indigo has transformed from a domestic airline to an international powerhouse, connecting India, connecting all of us to the world. I would now like to request Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO India Today, to hand over a token of appreciation to Mr. Elbers. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for a well-deserved lunch break. It is being served in the Mumtaz Hall on my left. And we would also like to take this opportunity to thank our partners, our associate sponsors, Uttarakhand Sashan, National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation, Airports Authority of India, Adano Agencies, VOC Port Authority, Pradeep Port Authority, Vishakhapatnam Port Authority, JNPA, India's Best Performing Art, KPT, CL, IFCL, and Larsen & Toubro. We will resume sharply at 3 p.m. for some exciting panel discussions. Enjoy your lunch and see you back here shortly. 2007 batch of Telangana cadre. He did his BTech from IIT Delhi and Masters in International Development from Harvard University. He has been the CEO and MD of NICDC for almost 2 years, where he is busy developing greenfield industrial smart cities and making plans for development of industrial corridors. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll also be moderating this session. Welcome Mr. Seni to the stage. Hello, welcome, sir. Before we begin, I would like to start with how 12 new industrial parks were approved by the cabinet in August last year. Please share, the investor response towards those projects. How do you see, what is the work that has been done, and also how do you see it's going to help India become a global manufacturing hub? Over to you.
Well, first of all, thank you for inviting me over here. And the answer to that question would be very long. It will be almost what my corporation does. So these 12 which were approved last year in August, it's not something that this is out of the blue. It is built on the success of our industrial smart cities that were implemented or are in the process of implementation in last decade. So before these 12, we had another 8, out of which you might have heard about Dholera, Greater Noida, Shendra Bitkin, which are already built, and a lot of industrial units are running over there, a lot of manufacturing is happening. Dholera happens to be the first semiconductor city of India, and the first semiconductor fab plant is coming over there. So building upon the success of those projects and to take National Industrial Corridor program over to whole of India, it was earlier mostly concentrated in Delhi-Mumbai Industrial Corridor. From there, suddenly now we have projects across 7 corridors and 13 states. For that, government took that historic decision of approving 12 new projects at one go. Why do I say historic? In 10 years, 8 were approved, and at one go, 12 more were approved with a huge cost also. It's more than 28,000 crore rupees. And this shows the commitment of government towards building infrastructure that is not just connectivity or transportation infrastructure, but also infrastructure which can create direct jobs, which is industry and manufacturing.
Can you share what kind of industry uptake has been there, as of today, and is it also specific to large industries, or even you're seeing traction from MSMEs as well?
Yeah. So if I talk about the industrial uptake, it is very encouraging. So we actually started allotting to industry in a big way, let's say post-COVID, because the projects were approved somewhere in 2014, 15, 16. Construction takes 3-4 years, and then you start allotting. We have had so if I say one good example, in the month of June, July last year, we had investment of more than 50,000 crore in Shendra Bitkin, one particular city. And that is going to be the new electric vehicles hub in India. And that too, it is part of Marathwada, which is a relatively less developed part of Maharashtra. And now so I happened to be there just day before yesterday and yesterday. Now if you see the kind of bustling industrial activity that is happening over there. So the results have been very encouraging. And the kind of infrastructure that we have built, there is a reason why semiconductor plant of India was put in Dholera only and not at any other place, because that kind of industrial infrastructure is not available at any other place. As far as the MSME bit is there I think that we need to improve a bit more. We have built very good trunk infrastructure, but sometimes MSMEs don't, they lack too much in initial capital investment. They want to be near the cities, and unlike our greenfield cities, which are generally a little bit far from the city, so that's a discouraging factor. So what we have decided now under the, what in fact Honorable Minister has suggested, that we should build to suit or some kind of MSME sheds, where they can just come and they won't be even needing to build their building, just come with whatever machinery you require and start production. So that is one bit that we need to still resolve. Still I would say there is MSME, in Shendra there is some MSME, in Vikram Udyog Puri there is MSME. So there are, but not to the extent that we would like.
So I take you to a very fundamental question. We have been talking about industrial parks for years now. How are these industrial corridors different, from the state-led industrial parks that we have in the country?
So, can I answer again, give a long answer?
Yes, please.
So, just to put things in perspective, there are more than 4,000 industrial parks in India. It can be 4,300, 400, that kind of thing. Bigger states in India generally have 300 to 500 industrial parks. And when I'm saying industrial park, it includes those small industrial estates as well as huge industrial parks of 500 acres, 1,000 acres also. Out of these industrial parks, 80% or I should say 85% of industrial parks lie along the identified 11 industrial corridors in India. So it's not that these 4,000 odd parks are equally distributed across India. So what you perceive as less industrialized regions in India, they are actually less industrialized. You won't find a lot of industrial parks over there. So 80-85% of industrial parks lie along industrial corridor, whether they are, and when I say along, let's say I'm saying something is lying along Delhi-Mumbai industrial corridor, it means that it is 100 kilometers on either side of Delhi-Mumbai expressway, let's say. And these 80% industrial parks also cater to around 95% of manufacturing in India. So when we talk of industrial corridors, then we are talking of almost whole of manufacturing capacity of India, whole of manufacturing production, whole of production, industrial production in India. Now, these industrial parks, one, the internal infrastructure, when you talk of an industrial park, it needs to be power, water, effluent treatment plant, etc., etc. And similarly, very important is how they are integrated to the overall industrial ecosystem. So when there is some industrial park, let's say near Ahmedabad, then it has to integrate with all the logistic facility, it has to be integrated with the port nearby, it has to be integrated with the railway, with the power, with water, etc., etc. And in that sense, the industrial cities that we are creating, they will act, they are either acting already or they will act as growth hubs. So it is kind of a hub and spoke model where there will be these industrial smart cities, which will be the hub, and there will be spokes, which will be the industrial parks that are developed by the state. And to develop the whole ecosystem where these hub and spoke lie is the National Industrial Corridor Program. So this is how we are trying to solve this riddle of industrial infrastructure, by not just solving for the internal infrastructure, which an industry needs for production, but also external infrastructure, which is very much essential for the logistics part of it. And that is how all these things are connected to each other.
And how do you think, do you think that it's going to really help us with, to really capitalize on the China Plus One strategy? Because now we hear a lot of companies are diversifying their supply chain.
Well, what I would like to give it another spin. Yes, the China Plus One strategy is important, But irrespective of China plus one strategy, we would need to develop all this industrial infrastructure. We would need to develop the transportation infrastructure. We need to improve our logistics. China plus one is, it's not our decision that China plus one is happening. It is the decision of those companies. So we need to leverage that opportunity that there are multinational companies which are thinking of relocating. So there we should come up as a viable option. If we lose this opportunity, maybe 20 years down the line, somebody might say Vietnam plus one. Somebody might say Korea plus one. So we need to up our game. These opportunities will keep coming. As of now, there is China plus one. So yes, we should take that opportunity.
Will you be making a pitch to Tesla to come and set up here in one of the corridors?
I think the whole ecosystem is making a pitch to Tesla. I think the policy, the present EV policy, which was, I think it came in March last year or sometime. I think that's a good enough policy, and any manufacturer of electrical vehicle, any international manufacturer should come to India and should leverage that policy. It's a very attractive policy, I should say. So let's see, let's keep our fingers crossed. And wherever that particular company or any other company comes, I am sure that the government, whether it's federal or any state government, would be able to provide the infrastructure, industrial infrastructure of global standards. That much I can assure.
And sir, have you seen any impact, or do you foresee any impact of Trump tariffs, on the uptake by the industry in these corridors?
Not in terms of material, as in it can't be calculated per se. Okay, this particular, for this particular commodity, the tariffs will be damaging. For this particular commodity, it will not be damaging. I think it will be more about sentiment and how we navigate the way ahead in next 6 to 8 months. I see a lot of complementarity between both the economies, and when there is complementarity, then tariff should not be an issue.
Okay, that's well said, sir. Technology, I mean, everyone's talking about AI, Industry 4.0. So can you talk to us about, what are the differentiators in these industrial corridors that you are looking at from a tech perspective?
So as I said earlier, out of 4,000 odd industrial parks, we are just 20 industrial cities.
Right.
So in terms of percentage of supply, I don't think we can make a very big dent in the overall supply of industrial infrastructure. Where we matter, or the thing that we are trying to do through Industrial Corridor Corporation is, we are trying to set the benchmark in India of what kind of industrial infrastructure can be built. And that is the philosophy of our program. So we are trying to build not just huge industrial areas. So if you see a typical state government developed industrial park, it would be somewhere around 200 acre, 300 acre. We develop somewhere around 2,000, 3,000, 8,000 acres. And it is not just the size, we are also trying to set the benchmark in terms of technology. So earlier, it used to be more like what kind of CTP do you have, what kind of power, water treatment plant, etc. And now this additional element of Industry 4.0. And there also we are kind of front runner as in not in the competition, but front runner as in we are trying to tell the rest of the park developers, whether it is government park developers or private park developers, that this is how Industry 4.0 needs to be implemented. So we have all the basic paraphernalia, whether it is the IT connectivity infrastructure, IoT, integrated command and control center. And so if we are implementing Industry 4.0, 30% of the work will have to be done by the park manager, and 70% of the work will have to be done by the industry specifically. So we have done our bit, and there are industry in our parks which are doing their bit and trying to implement 4.0.
Other than technology, the ESG goals now are becoming very critical for companies. So what are some of the sustainability practices, green initiatives that are being inbuilt, in design in these industrial corridors? If you can share some pointers around that.
Well, on that, I would say the my predecessors and as well as the leadership, the political leadership of my ministry and overall has been very, very futuristic. Even 10 years back when they planned for all these cities, they had inbuilt all these elements which will ensure that the ESG goals are implemented. Whether it is zero liquid, so all of us talk about ESG goals, but for an industry, what will it translate into? Let's say zero emission, zero discharge of pollutants. So all those things are there in our parks and those things are integral in our parks. If you go to any other park, it would be, okay, if the industry puts it, it's okay. Here we don't depend upon the industry to put effluent treatment plant. It is part of the common utility infrastructure. So all those things are, and that is why even before the industries come to our industrial areas, we have got the project level environmental clearance. So there are no issues of environment related anywhere.
That's actually going to be a very big differentiator.
Yeah. That is why, in fact, investors come to our industrial areas.
Okay, and I believe also there are certain, problems that you've solved around land, considering that's also is one of the key issues. I see time's up, but very quickly.
I also see time is up. And you have asked a question again for which answer is very long. So as far as our own industrial area is concerned, there is no problem related to land because we built it after the whole land is acquired and all, only after that government approves it. But the overall land riddle or land cost riddle is something that the policymakers at all levels need to work on how to. So obviously we cannot make the land cheap. What we can do, we can make the plans. So generally what we see, if you go to set up industry anywhere, you will lease the land for 99 years. So the flexible leasing plans, a good exit policy, if your industry is not working, you should be allowed to exit and you should not feel like that if I keep sitting on this land and keep doing inefficient production. So land should not be the reason for you to continue invested over there. So those are the things that I think next 5 years, many such policies will come and should come and will come, including, I would say, more private players coming into industrial park development. That is another trend that I'm seeing. I think if all these things are happen as we foresee, a lot of problems or a lot of issues that you raised would be solved.
Great. So I see time's up, and thanks a lot, Mr. Saini, for this. So I would like to now call India Today's Managing Editor, S. Sahaya Ranjit, to hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Saini, please.
Thank you. And I again want to use this platform to come and invest in our industrial areas if there is any interested party. Very nice.
in terms of GDP numbers and market performance. But there's more. The next panel will discuss the essential elements that define the country's growth trajectory. To discuss this important topic, we have a panel of experts with us. Please welcome Shishir Priyadarshi, Chairman, Chintan Research Foundation, and Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava, President, ITS India Forum. I would like to welcome them both to the stage. And the session will be moderated by Anilesh Mahajan, Deputy Editor at India Today. Over to you, Anilesh.
So this is very crucial and deep dive session where we will be taking help of the two gentlemen sitting with us. They both have distinguished career building India's infrastructure. Shishir Priyadarshi, after quitting his bureaucrat's job, he went to Geneva initially to help India build the trade diplomacy, and later on he joined WTO as a diplomat there and helped the global humanity. And build the foundations of globalization for last 2 decades. And after returning back, he is now with the Adani Group. He is curating a think tank for them, Chintan Research Foundation. Akhilesh Srivastava ji, he is from ITS India. Prior to that, he was helping Indian infrastructure through various digital interventions. FASTag was his brainchild. So all the queries around FASTag, the glitches you face, you can direct it to him. But to start the conversation, Shishirji, you have a diverse understanding. I want to understand from you that, we have a target of roughly around $45 trillion economy. And this can't happen without manufacturing. And one of the foundations of manufacturing is logistics and finding the go-to market. And what we understand is that roughly 5 to 6 years back, our logistic cost was roughly around 18%. Thanks to GST and some of the reforms and investment into infrastructure, it has come down to 14%. But it is still very high if we compare it with Southeast Asia, if we compare it with US, Europe, China. If we have to become, a $45 trillion economy, manufacturing needs to play a role, logistics need to play a role. You are wearing two hats, as a thinker at CRF, plus somebody who has spent all his life, mirroring the global trade markets, trade lines and others. Help us in understanding that what needs to be done in short term, mid term and long term to achieve, cutting down this logistic cost.
Anilesh, thank you so much, and thank you also to the group for getting me here. I'm going to merge two issues that you've raised and perhaps answer them one. India's own developmental aspirations to become a 45 million trillion economy, as also what I saw happen internationally in my 25 odd years with the World Trade Organization. Importance of manufacturing. No matter what we strive to do, if we are to have a sustained GDP growth of 7 to 8%, probably more, manufacturing will obviously play one of the most important roles. But trust me, manufacturing is only one side of the story. What you're manufacturing is only going to get picked up provided it's more competitive than what the rest of the world is manufacturing. So we've not only got to keep our own pace of manufacturing up, we've also got to ensure that we are extremely competitive. And while a lot of things are not necessarily in our hands, which is how our competitors are doing, but one thing is certainly in our hands is the logistical cost component of manufacturing. And Anilesh, you're absolutely right. It used to be about 18% of our GDP as the logistical cost. It has come down to about 13 to 14%. But if I look at the global average, which is what we in the WTO would look at, it's down to 7 or 8%. So we are still close to about twice the logistical average, cost average for the world. Now, what can be done? Again, picking from some of the international examples that one saw. Look, one is clearly invest in infrastructure. We've got to have the best possible infrastructure. But it doesn't stop there. It's got to be, the key word for me at least is seamless infrastructure. You could have a road link which leads to a rail link. There needs to be seamlessness there. You could have a road which leads to the port. You've got to have seamlessness there. So it's not just the highest quality and efficient infrastructure, but it's also got to be seamless. The second thing which I think we really need to work very, very strongly towards is technology in logistics. You not only got to ensure that a lot of the things that are still being done, I must say, through somewhat outmoded ways, needs to be completely modernized. But part of that, again, the hidden word is create digital platforms. You ask any of the people here, for any logistics, there are umpteen number of partners. And unless and until they're all on the same digital platform, your costs are going to go up. And third, where you've got to put the logistical responsibility is on the private sector. The government does a great deal, no doubt about it, but you can't just keep looking at the government to provide all these solutions. It's got to be the private sector which has got to lead this march. It's got to be the private sector which has got to, be ahead in this challenge, and they must feel accountable, not just for their own interests, but national too. Time permitting, I can share some of the international examples with you later.
Shisha, thank you. Akhilesh, if I can come to you, he has given you a very good cue to start with, digital, you have dealt with digital aspect of infrastructure. When we see the World Bank's various observation, India's ports, India's highways, India's even civil aviation requires a lot of digital investments. If I could seek your experience, what is stopping India from rolling out on a big scale? Earlier in the day, Peter Elvis, when he was talking, he was saying that Abu Dhabi, it has a face recognition system. You can seamlessly go in, and they all are Indian players. It's there in Singapore. India is just beginning to start with it. But, what is the lag? It can't be the talent. Indian talent is implementing it elsewhere. So what is the issue you face, when you roll out the digital stuff?
Yeah, thanks, Anlesh, for wonderful question. I will say you asked, what is the hitch? Why we are not? So I will slightly take it back and say it's not that we are lacking, considering the point where we started. So you have to look at the holistic things. It's not like Abu Dhabi or just comparing with smaller countries like Singapore and say that we are lagging. We have to look at the context, Indian context itself. For example, as you mentioned at the beginning, I was involved with the implementation of fast track program on national highway for the collection of toll. The sheer number of fast tag issued on the vehicles, the number of vehicles we have in India, the number of daily transactions, the figures when we used to discuss with the World Bank and McKinsey and other top consulting companies, it's a mind-boggling figures. They used to say, how it can be. But India did it. We are the FASTag is now adopted by almost 97% of people moving on the national highways and for the. So similarly, you look at the UPI. So UPI has, in fact, India is a leader on that. Aadhaar, you look at the CoWIN, so many digital platforms. So India has transformed from the software developer country to a digital platform provider country. Now, coming to the second aspect which you said, where are we lacking and why are we slow in adoption of this? So firstly, we are not slow, we are gearing up, but our acceleration is very fast. And these infrastructure, for example, say the face recognition at airports, we have developed, we didn't go with the way it is in Abu Dhabi and other places. What we developed is a very low cost or the cost effective solution, DigiYatra. It's a more or less same. You just stand in front of a kiosk and the boarding pass is read, and through seamless entry to the airports are there. Gradually it's going to all the airports. Similarly, the logistics, again, so two problems actually, if I say, which are preventing a scaling is one. Talent is of course there, the expertise are there, we are doing it also, but last mile connectivity remains a challenge. As of now, what Ms. Sisir also said, that developing a good highway, perfect, developing a good port to collect these things and put into the ship or the aircraft for the, but still for getting things from the manufacturing hubs far flung into the remote places and bringing them, that cost, warehousing cost, still FASTag has provided some convenience, but it's not free flow as in other countries. So these things, of course, affect it. And I'm sure single step like FASTag reduce the logistic point by 2.5%. With these things which are coming up like satellite-based tolling or multi-lane free flow tolling, the concept which, so I preside this ITS India Forum, the basic purpose of this ITS Forum is this, intelligent transport system. So what government is also now realizing and trying to do, recklessly making highway or infrastructure, railways may have certain limitations. We have to increase the throughput. We have to make it more connected, more involved, connected vehicle, and these things can improve the efficiency of transportation better, or the mobility, make it safer and connected and take it forward. So if, yeah.
So Shishir, if I could come to you, one is that reforming things at home. Second is also, getting more regional, integration into the systems, getting into multilaterals. We have not been able to join RCEP, or we chose not to join RCEP. But, there are issues with WTO as well. Now the biggest contributor, America, is creating more trouble for WTO's life. So if you see from the India's perspective, what is the future of, these type of integrations? Do we see more such negotiations coming forth, or now we are getting into the era of bilaterals and planning our trade, through those modes?
It's an extremely evolving landscape out there. You look at multilateralism, and you probably, each week find a new policy derivative that you'd not taken into account so far. I'm only quoting from something that I wrote and which was published in the Economic Times yesterday. I've actually called it, between the tariff and a hard place. The fact is, any country, especially a country striving to become a developed economy in 2 decades or so, you've got to keep all your options open. No one's a permanent enemy and no one's a permanent foe. Similarly, no mechanism, you embrace bilateralism where required, and you equally embrace multilateralism where required. Now the crux would be, and the jury is probably out there that whether we should have been part of RCEP or whether we did wisely. The jury is soon going to be also asking India, if the US decides to withdraw from WTO like it has done from the World Health Organization, and trust me, I was hearing the question just in the previous panel, if the US wants to impose reciprocal tariffs which are over and beyond what the US has committed in its bound rate of schedule in the World Trade Organization, then the US would only be able to do it provided it walks out of WTO. As long as it's part of WTO, the concept of reciprocal tariffs does not exist. Obviously, the country affected would have to take the US to court in the WTO, and that's a separate issue that the appellate body is at the moment defunct. But the point you're making, Anilesh, is I think the answer lies if you look at what component of global trade was made of intermediate goods 10 years back and what component of global trade intermediate goods constitute today. today you've got about 50 to 60% of global trade which is not in finished goods. And the only way you can be part of those regional or global value chains is if you are integrated. Which brings us exactly to this. If your logistical system is good enough, and if you've got the reforms that, again, you were so importantly mentioning that, and I would call reduction of tariffs, actually, reduction of tariffs to facilitate imports so that they could become part of your value chains of export. You know, as long as we see imports as something harming domestic production, the political will to reduce imports will be limited. But once you start seeing imports as an absolute necessary ingredient for the export that you want the country to do, then you're going to get into reform. So, in short, what I'm saying is, we keep our options open. It's better to be inside. If you really push me to say, it's better to be inside an organization, inside a grouping, inside an entity, and mold some of those negotiations rather than walk away from it. Regionalism is here to stay.
So Shishir, you know, if I could take you deeper into the conversation, you know, we are at a very sweet spot. You know, we want to see a hockey stick like a growth trajectory, and suddenly we see a, you know, headwind coming towards us. Because if we are getting into this reciprocal tariff narrative, that means many of the PLIs and many of the Atmanirbhar stories have to either take a backseat, or, you know, we may have to recast the story. So in that context, you know, if we have to reorient our Viksit Bharat plan, or a plan for becoming $45 trillion economy, or if we, you know, chop it to, you know, maybe next decade become $15 trillion economy, how much recalibration do you think India needs to make? Because this gentleman is around for next 4 years. So we may expect some more disruptions.
Look, headwinds are going to happen. There's just no doing away with headwinds. You look at the last 6 months. Have there been headwinds? Absolutely. And again, an important point, let me share with you in complete transparency and frankness and honesty. You know, when we are in India and we talk about India's growth story, all of us around here will probably, you know, we'll all pat ourselves on the back. You know, very proud of it. You'll even hear a lot of global leaders saying, fantastic. But trust me when I say this, not everyone is happy with India's growth story. And why would you be? If you had a wonderful bipolar world where two countries or sets of countries got together and decided things, and suddenly you've got this, you know, huge multipolarity coming in, where lots of other countries, including probably sometimes even led by India, are becoming part of the high table. They don't like it. And if you can't do things indirectly, if you can't do things directly, you'll resort to indirectly. So it's very clear, you know, the key word, and I tell you that's a book which has made such a lasting impression on me, it's called Kicking Away the Ladder. And its title says it all. You reach a certain level of growth, and then you want to kick away that very ladder by which you grew. So you're going to face those headwinds. Is recalibration required? Not at the moment. If at all any recalibrations required, it's got to be in much more of our very specific planning to reach that goal. You know, simply by all of us in all these gatherings talking about Viksit at 47 is not going to make us Viksit at 47. All of us come here and talk about manufacturing and agriculture and services and reform. That's not going to make us Viksit. Keep a step ahead. And what do I mean by a step ahead? Just 1 or 2 examples. One would be, let our entire focus in the next 10 years, 2 5-year plans, be on tier 2, tier 3 cities. Focus there. Let our entire focus be on that 50% of the work population that is still not fully utilized. Why don't we have all our women fruitfully and productively employed? We are missing that. These are the kind of things that we should think ahead. So right now, don't calibrate, be prepared for headwinds, but be prepared. It's going to be a tough fight to get there by 47.
Akhileshi, you know, I am also very keen to understand your view. Especially, we are seeing many of the disruptions. But you know, if digitalization happens, you know, a lot of startups would be looking at funds coming from Western world, and Western world is in a a bit of, dilemma right now, which way to, look at. So how do you see, digital innovation getting some impact, especially from the infrastructure point of view, that because we are at a very critical stage, and if disruption happens and people back out, or even, a cleaner aspect of digital stuff, that also get backed up. So what sort of, recalibration is happening in your side?
Yeah, so there are two things basically. When we talk about the digital, it got two powers, the software and the hardware. Fortunately, India is doing good in the current software system, if I say, but not in the deep deep technologies like AI and all. We are trying to do, but we are still not at the top of the ladder. It has to be enhanced. But in the current scenario, if you talk in the current context, it's okay. We are reasonably good, and that's not a price sensitive. We have a good talent pool, and very quickly we can scale it up and develop any kind of platform, and that's what is happening also. But the problem comes when you talk about the complete digitalization, then that is a combination of hardware as well, where what Shishir was just mentioning makes us, and some calibration or some tightening of belt required to be there. Because we are not at the manufacturing hub of the technological equipment. Our reliance on imported equipments for the which are required for a digital infra are far higher. That is to be, though we are doing, making semiconductor, trying to make it here. We are trying to make most hardware required. But still, a lot need to be done. If the scenario changes, what headwind or tailwind, what Mr. is saying, if that affects these kind of treaties, and then probably we may find ourselves in a slightly difficult spot with respect to this. So the preparedness of the government has to be towards that. Software, that's okay. We heard recently Honorable Minister saying that in next 8 months, India will come up with our own AI-based platform. So let's say not 8 months, but in a year also, if we come up with something like DeepSeek or the ChatGPT of US, it's okay. So we are, that's reasonably okay. But hardware, yeah,
So Shishi, this was my point actually. We deployed a lot of PLIs in building up our this electronic supply chain. We were doing a lot of backward integration. And suddenly, there is somebody who says that I'll put reciprocal tariffs if you don't buy from my companies, or you put, unnecessary. We are developed and developing country narrative, right? And suddenly now we also want to get into clean tech manufacturing at a much bigger, much bigger speed. So do you think that, these type of things really hurt India's interest and even America's interest, because most of the things would have come from China to India, right? And now suddenly you will see every door which continues to open in China, now they will stay open.
Look, can we do anything if a country wants to put higher tariffs or reciprocal tariffs on us? Probably very little. But the important thing is that a good negotiator always tries and sees what is the other side trying to achieve. Is it merely, something spontaneously that a leader thought he would do? No, not at all. If people call him a maverick, then it's completely wrong. Probably the best definition is exactly how the Top Gun Maverick behaved. You felt at the start of the movie that he was a maverick. But by the time the movie ended, you knew that every action of Tom Cruise in that movie had an objective. And I think that's what a good negotiator. So if we know what the US is wanting, we have a strong bargaining power. The kind of market we have, the kind of market that exists in India, huge bargaining power. Our continuously increasing leadership role of the global south, huge bargaining power. Our common enemy approach, there are lots of others who are going to be affected by reciprocal tariffs. So these are things, Anlesh. So my view would be, we've got a lot invested into, as you said, into our schemes, Make in Bharat, Atmanirbharta and all that. We're not going to let go of it. We'll show the mirror to a negotiator. Look, what you're wanting is exactly what we also want. You want something for made in the US, we want something for made in India. And I think in the final run, good sense prevails, and all good negotiators know that a final deal is only possible when you walk out of the room either both feeling equally happy or both feeling equally unhappy. And in this case,
were you happy when you read the joint statement?
Look, I must say I was unhappy the first time I read it, but like all good bureaucrats and negotiators, I read it a second time and became much happier.
So what was the happier quotient?
Look, the happy thing, I mean, again, because I've been part of WTO where so often we've had ministerial conferences which have not even had a joint statement. So the mere fact that you had a joint statement is a very positive thing. Second, acknowledging the differences also, I think, is a very, very important thing. You know, two huge, big democracies, you know, very different democracies, acknowledging the differences. Obviously, there's always something that is said in private and there's always something that's said in public. And you've got to find the right words there. My feeling is, and again, I hope I'm right and I touch wood, India and US actually will have a very positive relationship in the coming few years.
And do you see the mention of I2, U2 and IMAC in the joint statement as a statement of positive, you know, forward-looking statement, or you think that this could be a point of retaliation from Indian side?
Look, it's clear. I mean, why would the United States in a joint statement with India want to talk about, let's say, IMEC? IMEC doesn't involve the US. Starts from India, ends with Europe. But the US sees it as a very strong counter-narrative against China. And that's why the US is so strongly, you know, kind of supporting IMEC. The I2U2 is a very, very important initiative. And I think given what's happening in the Middle East, again, I think that will be very important. But you know, you've hit the nail absolutely brilliantly, Anilesh, on its head. These are the things that countries like India and US should focus on. Forget the Harley Davidsons and the Bourbon Scotch. Focus on the I2U2s or focus on IMEC.
Sorry, I'm dragging a bit, but you know, there's a last thing on these recent developments. You know, we have seen that Donald Trump withdrew from COP negotiations. We have also seen that he's withdrawing from WHO. The mission statement also says that America will also withdraw from World Bank. So do you think, you know, for infrastructure projects across the world, especially in the emerging economies like India, will get a real, you know, setback if he decides to do this?
Look, World Bank, I don't think. As long as you continue to have the head of the World Bank being from the United States, the US is not going to withdraw from the World Bank. I'm very certain. You know, the World Bank and IMF are a classic example of dividing the spoils. Between the European Union and the US, through the weighted system of voting, they have a majority in both. So the EU is told, you head IMF and I'll head the World Bank. So it's a classic, you know, divide and spoil. So I don't see them heading out of it. But yes, it is likely, especially on the climate change agenda, I think globally the agenda is going to be markedly different. Again, look at the advantage. You know, in India, we've for long been saying that coal, agreed, is a very bad, you know, emitter. Can India do away with coal immediately? No. And I think here is Donald Trump, and we can actually, you know, stand behind him and what he says, just to ensure, yes, we'll work towards cleaner coal, we'll work towards more efficient coal. But it, you know, so we've got to look for an advantage there. My sense, Anilesh, is climate change is going to come in with a more different agenda. You're not going to do away with fossil fuels or plan to do away with completely, you know. And that's where, and thanks for mentioning the think tank that we are setting up, we really want to look at not just energy security, but very importantly, energy affordability. You know, you could set up completely clean energy processes, but would the last village in my northeast state be able to buy that electricity for 24 hours? No. So I think the climate agenda must need to get in energy security and energy affordability, and the kind of statements that President Trump is making actually helps us do that.
Thank you, Shishir. You know, this is wonderful conversation which is going on. Thanks, both of you gentlemen, for devoting your time and helping us enrich ourselves. There is a time for one question. If somebody wants to ask, you can raise your hand. Otherwise, we'll have to wind up the conversation. I think you have enlightened them enough. There is no question I could see. So thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Unless I will just want to add one thing last. As far as technology into the infrastructure thing is concerned, it's not going to be much affected, believe me. It's okay, there may be some temporary delays or something, but ultimately it will, because the way we are going forward and developing the things, I'm very confident that software, I said, there is absolutely no issues, but hardware also, the rapid progress which is being made, maybe some component may be missing for some time, but India will bounce back very quickly if that happens. I am sure it's not going to happen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen, for uncovering the critical chapters of India's development. May I now request you to just please stay on stage for a moment. Requesting Suparna Kumar, COO India Today, to come on stage to present token of appreciation to our panelists. Infrastructure development today cannot be seen in isolation from climate change and sustainability. Our next session will discuss how climate-conscious planning, green finance, and risk assessment can shape sustainable infrastructure for the future. For the session, Sustainable Infra, Climate Change, and Factoring Risks, please welcome the session speakers on stage. Jagjit Singh Sareen, Partner, Global Climate Change, Dalberg Advisors. Rajani Mukherjee, Director, Research and Knowledge Management, Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure. And Neha Kumar, Head, South Asia Program, Climate Bonds. Requesting India Today's Deputy Editor Anilesh Mahajan to come up on stage and moderate the discussion. Welcome everyone.
So good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a wonderful conclave which is going on infrastructure, where we were talking about the present, past, and now we are heading towards the conversation on future, the future of India's infrastructure. And suddenly we had seen in last 2-3 years that sudden climate issues propping up. We have seen some floods in Uttarakhand, directly damaging many of the infrastructure projects there, dams there, highways which were being built. Now there was a debate going on in the policy sector that whether we should factor in the climate change and certain changes which are coming up in the climate and try to recalibrate our thought process on how to calculate the cost of these projects and the risk which they face. With us, we have some of the best minds working in this segment. I'm starting with Neha. Neha is working very closely on the climate bond side. She's South Asia lead of climate bonds. Ms. Banerjee is from CDRI globally. She's looking at many of the disasters happening and how the infrastructure side the risks exist. Jagjit Sareen, he had a distinguished career with World Bank, working with the climate side. Later on, Government of India pushed him and invited him back to India, and he was in the leadership team of ISA, and now he is part of Dalberg's global team dealing with the climate and climate-related issues. Jagjit, if I could start with you, there is a lot of debate going on. Because in the past we never calculated the climate risk, and suddenly we are seeing that infrastructure projects are being hit by the climate changes and the catastrophes which we have seen in Uttarakhand and other parts of the country. What is your estimate? Are we able to calculate? Is there models available, or is it feasible to retrospectively try to fit those risks into the things, or we should look at on a more prospective way?
Thanks, Anilesh, first of all to you and to India Today for hosting this very timely and important discussion. Let's look at this issue you have raised from both macro and micro level. Macro, I mean at a country level, and micro at an asset level. What is the story of climate physical risks, both acute and chronic, which happen with intensity one time, or things which are happening slowly but steadily and in the negative direction, by which I mean temperatures and sea rise and all the rest. And with acute, you would say whether it's floods, storms, and landslides and others. I'm going to quote a number from the study of CDRI, and she's sitting next to me, leading that effort. Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, an India-led multilateral initiative, did a fantastic study looking at the annual average losses to infrastructure in their member countries, India being one. And for the current infrastructure stock, their estimate is that climate risks leading to disasters or increased frequency of disaster would lead to $30 billion annual losses. 30. Oh, wow. So that's just number which I think we should all think about. India is a growth story. India is an infrastructure build-up story. Anywhere you go, we are building new infrastructure. This, I'm talking about the current stock. Then you look at how the financial sector is looking at the issue of physical climate risk. And here again, as in financial sector of India, regulator is setting the tone. That's how the financial sector is responding. And Reserve Bank of India in the last 3-4 years, especially during India's G20 presidency, pushed the needle on disclosures from the regulated entities, both banks and NBFCs, in disclosing the physical climate risk or climate risk in aggregate, both transition and physical climate risk, on their portfolios. Currently, there is a disclosure draft out for public consultation, and they have received thousands of comments and feedback to improve that. Essentially, what RBI is asking all the banks is to conduct a climate risk test, which ECB has asked European banks. They did. Some point, Americans were also working in that direction. They have withdrawn, but globally, through Basel and other regulators, there is a push to banks to look at their portfolio from physical climate risk. Indian banks have done their own pilot stress testing of climate risk. And it's not a pleasant story. I don't want to scare people who are investing in infrastructure, but look at it this way. You are better off knowing the risk now rather than leaving it to God. And once you know the risk, you can start hardening the asset, thereby reducing the vulnerability of your asset, so that the hit to the asset by any disaster, whether climate-induced or otherwise, earthquakes, is limited or managed. Disruptions are low. Your business continuity remains intact. So you could pay back the debt service, ratios remain intact, your valuations don't go down, your stock prices remain fine. And then you can look at the insurance industry to also mitigate. So essentially what I'm saying is, to your question, coming back to it, at an aggregate level, things are moving in the right direction. Now, financial sector is internalizing it. What's going to happen next is all the banks are going to say, if you're coming for a loan for infra, tell me what's the climate risk assessment. And that's where I think we need to move faster. Again, there is launch of Mission Mosam and various other parts of Government of India, whether Ministry of Earth Sciences, EST and others, are building the capability of Indian state to come out with good assessment of climate risk to infrastructure. And various methodologies are coming in, and that's where there is work in progress. The issue comes from a financier, and then I'll stop, is at an asset level where you're funding, if you're funding a port, airport, are assessments of the multi-hazard climate risk to a port, to an airport, is still a bit limited. We are looking at ranges, and financiers don't like ranges. They want precision so that they can provision for it, they can plan for it. So at a macro level, I think we are getting our act together. At a micro level asset, we have a long way to go. Thank you.
So you have scared us on multiple, areas. One, we don't have technology to understand it properly right now. Secondly, we don't have the capacity right now to understand the risk mitigation methodologies. Suddenly, we don't have that much of money, right?
Well, I think you're putting a bit of India Today spin on it, what I said. But what I'm saying is, I think now there is a realization that climate physical risk to our infrastructure is real. We are getting our act together to get a handle on assessment of the risk. I think we are a little far away from reducing our vulnerability or hardening our asset. I think we are a little further far away from having the financial instruments to deal with it. But it's a work in progress.
So, Ranjini, if you can, help us, he has scared us enough. You take us a little bit, on a 35,000 feet, especially, CDRI is working with multiple countries. These are multilateral. Help us in understanding how real is the fear psychosis which Jagjit is trying to, sell us to us.
No, thank you very much. First of all, thank you to India Today for inviting CDRI in this important conclave. As Jagjit rightly said, it's a very timely discussion. Now, physical climate risk is real, no doubt about it. Jagjit talked about the risk that India has in terms of annual average loss. Because we are a multilateral, let me also paint the global picture. So globally, if you see, the amount is almost like 763 billion USD. That's the global average annual loss.
How much?
763 billion USD.
Now, this is scary.
And this is scary. And then, let me add another layer. This is the data at the asset level. This does not look into the losses that is incurred due to disruption of services. So power plant gets damaged, there is a loss, which is asset level loss. And because of damage to the power plant, there is lack of power supply for several years, several months, several days, sometimes more than 1.5 years. And then there is a huge impact on the lives and livelihoods of people. And that is not yet assessed. That is something we are trying to do. And as Jagjit said, this is a model we have CDRI has developed, which is known as GIRI. It was launched in 2023. It actually looks at the impact of 7 hazards across 8 critical infrastructure sector. And it's a probabilistic risk modeling, so it also looks at the future risks, also look at the impact of climate change. And what it helps is, at the national level, it provides the government an average annual loss figure. So basically, the risk information converted to a financial matrix, which will help the policymakers and all other relevant stakeholders to understand the amount of risk embedded in the infrastructure sector. Having said that, this is a global tool. That's why we have given national. It's not very, if you really take this figure to the country level, there may be a little variation because it is based on all the open data sources that that exist as on date. But we are kind of fine-tuning this, and we are working closely with several countries now on how to kind of downscale and localize this tool. So this is a tool which is good enough to give you some kind of an understanding on the loss. And loss is not about, okay, there is a loss will happen due to flood. It also gives you a figure, number one. Number two, but there is an opportunity. I'm very hopeful in the sense the risk also gives you an opportunity because 50% of the infrastructure across the globe is yet to be built. And that gives us an opportunity that if we are able to embed resilience at this stage, then probably the infrastructure that will come up in future will be much more resilient. They will be, they will also not much more resilient to climate risk. They will help us to accelerate social and economic development and also help us achieve our SDGs. Now, because you wanted to understand that what we are doing, let me just cite 3 examples what we are doing. So GIRI is one data platform that is publicly available. Very rarely you find this kind of data available in the public domain. So that's something we have developed. Countries have been using it. And there is a huge interest amongst many countries to downscale it using their own local level data. Second, what we are doing is also, we are working very closely with the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs, and we are looking into the national infrastructure pipeline. We are looking at 2 specific infrastructure sector and helping to come up with a cost-benefit analysis tool. This tool will actually help government to understand that what is the dividend the government will get by investing on resilience. The tool, along with the tool, there will be also guidance to make necessary modifications in the contractual agreements and also for the private bidders. And there will be also a set of recommendations for the policymakers on resilience planning. So that is a piece of work we have been doing. Very shortly, the study will be released and it will be available in public domain. The second, what we are doing is also helping country to build their fiscal resilience. So we are doing a very assessment. Currently in India, we are working with 4 states. It's Uttarakhand, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Odisha. We are helping government to look at how much losses have incurred in the past disaster events, also helping them through catastrophic modeling to understand how much can occur in the future, particularly considering some outlier events that may hit the state. And based on that assessment, they are helping them to kind of come up with their disaster risk financing frameworks. So this helps them to understand, okay, how much has already lost, how much of revenue lost, how much they may lose in future, and so that based on that information, they can come up with their risk assessment, risk management framework. Yeah. And lastly, we have also launched a playbook for financial institutions. It's a guidebook. We have done that with support from Rockefeller Foundation and again technical support from Dalberg. This playbook is a step-by-step guidance to the financial institutions on how to do physical and climate risk assessment, and also kind of guidance on how to use the risk information to make credit and capital decisions, allocation decisions.
So we'll come back to this,
yeah,
but I wanted to, bring Neha into the conversation.
I know, yeah, but if you give me half a minute to touch upon my last point, because this playbook is important, this will also help in capacity building of the financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Neha. These two intellectuals have given us two figures. $30 billion losses at asset side, and she is talking about 760 billion at a global size. 760 is roughly 1/5 of Indian economy. But it's an opportunity for various finance organizations, and you are already working with many of them. Help us, how do you see the scenario? And secondly, how reliable the data at a very local level is, where the models and playbooks can be put to use. And do financiers globally, they rely on this data, or what sort of sources do they use to do the analysis?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. So I shall talk about the opportunity, and I shall take the conversation, or try to take the conversation from risk to resilience, because it is resilience where the opportunity resides. And I would also like to say that India's net zero cannot be attained if we do not focus on resilience. If we are constantly getting into infrastructural damages and constantly pushing the limits of the exchequer in order for recovery, where will the money be for mitigation purposes? Third, I wanted to expand the definition of resilience, not expand, actually really reiterate and emphasize the socio-economic part of it. Resilience resides not only in the ability of an asset, but also that of the system, and the socio-economic vulnerability to be reduced. All of these three things are extremely important, are being looked at now increasingly, like Jagjit said, by regulators. But financial regulators look at it more from risk point of view, because they have to understand the systemic risk that sits in the financial system. But everybody else, every other entity needs to see how to reduce and how to finance that reduction. Two or three things. One is, Jagjit mentioned it slightly, but let me elaborate a little bit more on this. He said that if I knew what the risk would be, then I can plan better. And then I really want to use the word that you've been using, and I heard in the last conversation, recalibration. I think this is exactly where recalibration is happening. It is recalibrate how you plan your future. The challenge over here, and I'll come to the data specificity, the challenge over here is that climate risk is a future risk. So you can have some historical data, but it is not a forecast. That is why you develop scenarios, okay? And then it depends upon the time horizon of a particular risk manifesting, and how do you bring that into your business model, into your financial positioning, into your capex plan, et cetera, et cetera. So that level of granular data is not yet available. I think a layer of it is available, like CDRI is providing that data. If you go down to the district level, if you go down to the state level, there are organizations, by the way, which are layering this data with a lot of other data, like how much migration will happen, like how many job losses will happen in this particular region if a particular infrastructure asset was to actually face the hazard and not come out of it. And those data points can really go into many multiples of the data points that we have. I think technology will play a huge role over here. Technology will be able to give us or unearth these disparate data points into some kind of a structured knowledge that we need. But for that to happen, you would require some mandatory disclosures. These will need to be forward-looking. They cannot only be based on the historical data. The other thing that I wanted to focus was on where the opportunity is. I think if, resilience is multi-sectoral, right? From health systems to infrastructure to everything. Now, how do you recognize that one measure is a resilient measure? I think that is a building block.
You know, when you talk about opportunity, I want to talk about the taxonomy thing.
Yes, exactly my next sentence.
So, you know, we have already seen that RBI is struggling with the taxonomy for green deposits. You know, our finance ministry is struggling with taxonomy. Give some light on that. Then, you know, we can come back to Jagjit.
Yeah, you stole my words. That was exactly my sentence. So, since resilience and risks are so context-specific, mitigation has been the front runner in terms of definitions, okay? EU tried, but gave you a broad process-based way of looking at risk. Climate Bonds, which is the organization that I come from, it sets those definitions, and it has recently come out with climate bond resilience taxonomy across sectors, infrastructure also, and basically it is really coming down to the level of activity and measure and a scientific way of measuring the improvement, okay? Ministry of Finance, which, you know, has, constituted a taxonomy task force, of which I am a member, we are also looking at adaptation and resilience, but perhaps the focus initially will be focused on one sector, you know. But I think that is the missing link, and once you know the measures, you can even, in fact, let me just give you an example. Financial institutions...
We are running
yes,
short of
just
time.
one example. Financial institutions like NABARD, I'm giving you, I mean, it's not infrastructure, but I'm just giving you the resilience stories in agriculture. They, more than 3/4 of their activity is resilient activity. If you had the taxonomy, you could tag your portfolio, you could borrow from the market against that portfolio, you know, and that will reduce the due diligence, the ease with which you will actually identify these measures, and same applies to infrastructure sector as well. I think what we need is not only mitigation transition plans, what we need is also resilience transition plans. You know, I think that is still emerging. It has a huge fiscal implication, and we need both public as well as private investment, which I will probably...
Thank you, Neha. Jagjit, I'm coming back to you. You know, we have gone through a round of, you know, infrastructure fear, opportunities, and some of the solutions. So now I'll throw upon another fear which most climate professionals are facing, is the disturbance which is happening on the western side of the continent. Donald Trump has already withdrawn from COP, right? He's threatening that he may also withdraw from World Bank. Do you think, you know, we are at a tail end of climate story? Are we seeing some disruption happening in the climate story, and we may restart after 4 years, 5 years? What is your sense? Those Western disturbances, how much, you know, they are impacting the climate story across the world?
So, I think we've been on this road once. It's the second time Trump is coming, and he withdrew before as well. So we have some sense of how far he goes when it comes to climate. So he withdrew the first time as well, and domestic legislation was stalled, things slowed down, but states did their own thing. You know, given the way United States is structured, states don't stop. You know, some Republican states will slow down, others will keep moving. In 2 years, you will have the midterm. It would flip a bit, and then things will keep going. So at a federal level, we see a pause. But I think it's, if you look at from a nuanced layer and with some historical evidence, it's not that bad. In terms of World Bank and all, just to give you a sense, I worked in the bank, ADB, and a few other climate finance institutions, GCF included. External capital coming from infra, from the multilateral system is about 1, 2, 3%. So let's say if tomorrow World Bank stops funding India infrastructure, it won't matter. In terms of financing, it matters in terms of knowledge, the financial instruments they bring and all that. But in terms of the quantum, it's like, I'll give you a figure. Rural Electrification Corporation of India, REC, raises money from international markets in yen, hedges in dollar, deploys in Indian rupees, and pays back cheaper than World Bank lending to India or ADB lending to India. So that gives us a sense that it's not about multilateral financing our infrastructure. But where do multilaterals play a role which may get a hit? They normally look at climate issues in much more forward-leaning way than the national institutions typically do. So they push kind of race to the top. Even there, I would say Indian story is quite good. I'm aware at least 30 of Indian banks have gone through first round of climate stress test. They are building their internal capabilities and building the capacity of their credit officers to get their head around what is climate risk, how do you assess it? And I think the opportunity, Anilesh, is turning this risk into financial instrument structures, how you mitigate, and sell these solutions to the world. Whole developing world is building infrastructure. We can take a leadership role in terms of financial instruments. Maybe we can build a climate stack and sell it to the world. And then every other sector will use the climate stack, which is climate information curated, labeled, which others would overlay with their sectoral information and get to a climate risk score. Then insurance industry will build products on it, financial structures will be built on it, and I think there is a whole multi-billion-dollar industry waiting to happen, which we can even take outside India. So I'm not that worried about Trump. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Unfortunately, the time is over. We can get into this conversation for longer hours. Very interesting topics. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Now, may I request Sonal to take it over?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sharing insights on mitigating risks and integrating sustainable solutions in infrastructure projects. I would now like to call Raj Chengappa, Group Editorial Director for Publishing at India Today, to hand over token of appreciation to our guests. Ladies and gentlemen, our final session for the day is on civil aviation. With record-breaking passenger traffic, the focus is now on building world-class airports and also, as the minister said, on developing metros as hubs for international travel. The panel, Building World-Class Airports, will delve into what does it take to develop and manage aviation hubs that can compete on a global scale. Joining us are Kapil Kaul, CEO and Director at CAPA India, VP Agrawal, former Chairman, Airports Authority of India, and Amber Dubey, Senior Advisor, McKinsey & Company. Let's give them a warm round of applause, everyone. Also requesting MG Arun, Managing Editor at India Today, to come up on stage and moderate the discussion. Welcome, everyone. MG, over to you.
Good evening. India is the third largest domestic aviation market in the world. In FY 2024, India's passenger traffic stood at over 376 million and aircraft movement at 2.67 million. But for our ever-increasing travel requirements, we need to do more. In the morning, we had the minister here who laid out the agenda of the center in taking things forward. To talk more about the topic, we have an eminent panel here, which comprise Mr. Kapil Kaul, CEO and Director of CAPA, Mr. VP Agrawal, who is the former Chairman of the Airports Authority of India, and Mr. Amber Dubey from McKinsey. I'll come to Mr. Agrawal first, because you have a lot of experience, and you had spearheaded the modernization of the Airports Authority of India and has seen the transformation as an efficient service provider. How do you view the center's big push towards modernization? If you could just dwell on some of the aspects of how you have done it and what more needs to be done.
Actually, once air taxi operators came in and low-cost carriers like Air Deccan came in, there was a very high growth for passenger traffic, and all the airports were found lacking the capacity and the quality part of it. Then Government of India embarked on the path of privatization of certain airports, and two major airports were allowed in the greenfield, mainly Bangalore and Hyderabad. So that time, we were not very clear what does it mean by world-class airports. So then a committee was set up in 2007 to analyze what is all required. And then, because you can create huge infrastructure, but if it is not rightly utilized, that will be waste of public money. And there may be, since private sector was coming in, and there were issues of tariff and all, so there may be chance was there that somebody may construct something very costly. So that was also in mind. So then we decided that certain area norms must be adopted, which is most economical and desirable. And then we also wanted some quality norms to be adopted for private airports as well as airport authority airports. So that also was adopted, that we'll try to achieve those targets. And then we started adopting the recommendations of IATA, what is all needed for a good airport or world-class airport. So those were all provided in the private sector airports. The condition was provided that they should have them. And also airport authority airport, we try to provide that. So that is how the journey began. And gradually, good airports came up all over the country. And all capital airports were modernized, and we have reasonably good airports. So we, whenever you travel abroad, at a smaller destination, you were surprised to see a good airport. Now it is not a surprise to us. We go to any small town or secondary towns,
there are good airports available. And whatever was created, again, it is not sufficient. Probably a next stage of expansion is coming up. And we are building the airport, again, maintaining the quality and standards. So I'll say in India, we are fairly well placed as far as quality of infrastructure is concerned.
Okay. So we have laid the foundation, but when it comes to world-class airports, and when we compare ourselves with a Singapore or a Dubai, there's a lot that needs to be done, and that is the topic that we have today. So may I just come to Mr. Kapil Kaul, if you could elucidate on this point. I mean, where are we really lacking when it comes to taking our airports to that world-class level?
Okay, Arun, thanks very much, and thank you, India Today, for inviting me. First, I will talk about privatization. Towards that is a link to world-class airports. So I think Indian airport privatization has been an exceptional story, in spite of some handicaps like high revenue share, which I have always been against because it's detrimental to making the privatization much more effective. I think we had a world-class, very successful airport privatization. And the impact on aviation and the larger economy perhaps may not be estimated, but it is it's been very successful. Once you privatize, then you can build world-class airports by design. And what do I mean by design? And whether we do it by design, I don't know. But building a big infrastructure, making it economical for every stakeholder, both B2C and B2B, that's number. How the entire ecosystem works together. It's not an Indigo and a GMR working together. It's the entire government side of service and the private side of service, which integrates to one mission and one purpose. That happens by design. That doesn't happen just by privatization. So if the question is that do we need world-class airports? Yes. How do you build world-class airports? You need to build it by design. Privatization is the first step. Second step is to have one mission, one purpose, which means the private and the government side integrated together, ensuring that the key purposes from a customer point of view, whether we were talking, Amber was talking inside about MCTs, very quick MCTs for connections, making sure the flow is seamless, and the customer is very happy in transiting through the airport or moving through that airport. That cannot happen just by privatization. So to your question, I've always been of the belief, you privatize because you're bringing private energy, private enterprise, and their ability to succeed. But to make world-class airports by design, you cannot just do it by privatization because there is a large part of government involved in it. CASF, they're doing a great job. I'm not saying security, BCAS, air traffic control, and multiple other stakeholders which have to work together. I don't think we are there as far as design is concerned. And the third question towards that is that if we don't do it by design, you will still have great infrastructure, airlines will be happy, but it will not be world-class. And world-class needs to have a mission and purpose. For that, every stakeholder has to work together. Now, your question is how do we make it in Dubai and Singapore? My own sort of belief is, or I believe that it's not possible to reach that level. Because Dubai, 30% of their GDP or 35% of the GDP is from aviation. Emirates plays a critical role. So airport, airline, tourism, Danata, hotels, everything is integrated on one purpose. And that for India to do is not possible.
Okay.
Second, quickly, I will say that if you even attempt to make world-class airports, the ownership of that, I'm not talking about financial ownership, the ownership should be with the federal system. Delhi must be responsible to make GMR a world-class airport, DIAL a world-class airport. Without thinking that this is a private sector airport, should I help him or not? Because by helping DIAL, you're helping your own economy. The urban airport, I don't think we'll achieve that. So I think it's much more different and difficult, but I think we'll get there.
Okay, so we'll come to the topic again. I think I will let Amber, give his views on the same topic, and then we'll take it on.
Thank you so much, India Today Group and Arun.
I remember last time when we were on the same stage, we had spoken about the summer of 25. And now the summer of 25 is here. We have the two mega airports coming up in the National Capital Region and Mumbai, two of our biggest hubs. And this is going to take us into a step jump that the Indian aviation is waiting for. This entire decade, the second decade, the third decade of this century is very sort of a transformative, because we had the 6 airports which were given out on PPP, which was stalled since way back from 2004 was the last 2006 was the last PPP round. That happened, and then the reform of the century, which is like the privatization of the national carrier, that happened in 2022, and now we have these 2 big airports, and in between there have been many other greenfield airports which have come in, and the larger airports are also almost about to complete their modernization and expansion program. So as Kapil and Mr. Agarwal mentioned, the foundation has been now laid. Now what we have to do is, as Kapil also alluded to, is to look at what we jokingly call PPT, the people, process, and technology part here. On technology front, if you have to become a hub, and you mentioned about the hubs in Middle East and Southeast Asia, I mean, we need a complete makeover of the transfer processes. As you suppose a Britisher wants to come from, say, UK to go to Australia and hub via Delhi. That's the sort of target we are looking at. That's the new frontier. That we become a hub where the British person doesn't even leave the airport. He just comes to Delhi, very seamlessly moves to to his other flight, transfers to the other flight, and goes on to Australia, Japan, or Singapore, or wherever he has to go to. For that, it's like a symphony. And Kapil also mentioned, in that symphony, you can't have a violin or a drummer or a cello guy playing on his own trip. So the entire symphony has to play according to that, to the notes that they have in front of them. It has to be a whole of nation approach. We'll get into more details as we speak further. But on the technology front, there's something called a airport CDM, ACDM, airport collaborative decision making, wherein every part of the symphony is aware of where the flights are, where the delays are happening. So it helps the airlines, the airports, the associated infrastructure, security, immigration, customs, and also maybe on the city side environment to know where the delays are happening, especially when seasonal disturbances happen, like fog or winter or some natural disturbances. Inside the terminal, again, you need technology in your security processes, immigration processes, which you see in Dubai and Singapore. It's so seamless. In 30 seconds, you're outside the immigration, and they're just e-gates. There's a very nameless, faceless, hardly any human interaction. That's the level of immigration we have to move to. In terms of security, the equipment, I mean, why do you have to take your laptop out? So there are 3D CAT scan machines which can be used for X-rays, and also on the people side, there are body scanners. So, I mean, we can just go on and on. This is a subject which can take maybe hours, but suffice it to say, on the technology front, on the process front, and on the people front, we have to upgrade our universities, the IITs, the IIMs, the aviation university we have in Amethi, and also have airlines now doing a backward integration, which national carrier is not doing earlier, the erstwhile national carrier, that they are getting into flying training. Okay, instead of having a flight of capital outside where our young boys and girls go to, say, US or Australia or New Zealand or South Africa, okay, for flying training, why can't we train them? This is the original Gurukul of the world. So people, process, technology is what we look at. We can also talk about leasing and make in India, repair in India, but maybe we can do that in a subsequent session.
Okay, great. I now come to Mr. Agarwal. In fact, the minister in the morning session, talked about the fact that India can have its own aviation hubs. And this is something that we have been talking for several years, maybe from when, at the time when you were around too. So the minister specifically talked about Delhi, he's talked about Bangalore, Hyderabad, and even Mumbai. What is your feeling about this? I mean, what is holding us back, and are we prepared as a nation to have our own aviation hubs?
The aviation hub basic requirement is that of a good airport and having a good transfer facility for international as well as towards domestic, and connections for domestic, matching with the international operation. So that is, I'll say, more or less in place. From airport perspective point, it is more or less in place. But what is not in place is a airline large enough, having capability of doing that international operation and bringing passengers to India. And we have been traditionally trying to protect Air India for that purpose. And it still continues for some time. Probably at some point we have to let it go. Then probably these airports can potentially become a hub. And moreover, there are certain facilities we have to be prepared to make available at our airports. Like MRO facilities must be available for bigger aircrafts. In case of any emergency rescue operations and not are to be handled, that is also to be taken care for the aircraft I am talking, related to the airlines. So those capabilities traditionally Air India was doing, but now other airlines also have to look towards those facilities. So I think this is not too far. Maybe 7 to 10 years down the line, we may see this happening also in India. This is my guess.
Of course, the government had taken the bold decision of letting Air India go, and now we have got at least two, very large players who have the capability, like he said, to bridge that particular gap. Mr. Kaul, what is your idea? How we can reach, expedite, coming to that?
I missed speaking about 2 points in the first statement of mine. To build world-class airports by design, I'd like to add competitiveness, because if you are basically looking at and comparing Delhi versus Dubai or Singapore, you have to look at which hub is competitive, and the competitiveness framework is assessed, and then you move towards reaching that level. And second is a level playing field, as must, I think, with private airports coming in to like Noida and Delhi, whether there is a level playing field for both. So that's another important, and this is basically making airports world-class by design. I think I have always felt that the government's view on hubs is there, their intention is there. They have, when Mr. Scindia was the minister, he pushed the airlines for wide-body aircraft. Amber was there, that they actually went out of the way to do it. I think government realizes that we must build hubs, and we must encourage airlines to get a wide-body aircraft to do an operation. But the fundamental question is, what kind of a hub do you want? There are 3 types of hubs. Let's say D2I, Lucknow to Delhi, Delhi to London, or London to Delhi, Delhi to Lucknow. That's D2I or I2I. D2I and I to D. That's possible, more like America, like Houston is, or New York is, or SFO is. But to become an I2I hub, which is Dubai, and which is Singapore, even though we have the right location, we have the now airlines investing in wide-body aircraft. I'm sure with the government's intent, getting the ecosystem right will be there. But I don't think it's worthwhile for India to participate into that I2I market unless and until there is a lean season and you want to get a filler from Australia to London, those kind of, because they are yield-wise very low. And for India to spend so much of money to build on I2I, my assessment, given the size of our market, given the fact that we will grow for next decades and decades, we're not like Dubai that I'm dependent on 100 countries. This is one country equal to 100. But doing I2I, my assessment would be very limited. We should not even try to do that. Second is that if you really now want to do I2I, which is for the airlines to say that, Air India to say and Indigo to say that I want to participate in the market, risks are mine. You need a world-class infrastructure like Dubai in terms of transfer capability. At the current revenue share, at 42% or 42 or 42%, I'm not sure that it makes sense for DIAL to invest in the transfer capability, which may not be financially feasible. So I've been advocating that if government wants to build a great hub, we had a viability gap funding for Udan. We are planning to do viability gap funding for international part of Udan at some point of time. I think you need a hub development fund, let's say $500 million or $1 billion, and say that the benefits of a hub are to the country and to the region. It will change urban economics completely if you build a hub. You need a world-class cities, you need you need to have world-class airports. You want to build a financial hub and a trading hub, you need world-class airports. These are proven cases. But the question primarily is that, are we prepared to go to that length? To say that, okay, Delhi, Bangalore, and Bombay will become south, west, and north and east in Delhi. And I need $500 million. I need to tell DIAL, don't worry about the revenue share. Don't worry about financial feasibility. It's a national project where the federal government will Delhi government will participate, central government would participate. There is an oversight committee which goes hammer and tong against building in a framework. So I'm not sure what are we chasing, to be honest with you. If we want to build a hub, we must have a very comprehensive, integrated, well-thought, implementable plan, and say that I want to participate in I2I. Then the ball game is different. If you're saying D2I or I2D, we are already doing that we will continue to do. So it'll be like an American model. Do we need I2I? We must think about it.
Amber, what do you feel? Do we know where we are headed to?
Well, I'm out of the government, so I can't speak on behalf of the government, and I leave it to that. That debate being kept aside, I would suggest that we also focus on other issues like the what you call jokingly the stepchildren of aviation, and we spoke about the symphony part, cargo, MR, maintenance repair in India, skill in India. These are huge opportunity areas, and the other area which we should also look at is these airports also have to be ready for drone taxis in the future. If you're designing airports today, it'll be difficult to fit in. I mean, we already missed the helicopter revolution, so general aviation is another big area. So when we say a hub is not just about I2I or D2I, but I mean, it's a whole, I mean, sorry for repeating the word symphony. And we missed the helicopter revolution, and our own national helicopter company had to be put on the block, and yet we could not actually sell them off. So for anywhere to anywhere kind of movement, you need helicopters. Okay, and this is also for regional connectivity. It's not just the rich people who use general aviation, which are the small aircraft and helicopters. In fact, general aviation is the vehicle which actually takes flying to unserved areas first, and then the commercial planes follow thereafter. And I mentioned about drones. I think that's the future of aviation, and we have to get our act together. Yes, there were very revolutionary changes of rules, drone rules, where 90% of India was made a green zone. There was a PLI scheme. That's the only PLI scheme in aviation. Maybe it has to be extended now to counter-drone systems or even aerospace manufacturing. We have to manufacture aircraft here. How long will we continue to just be a component supplier to the world? And the last part is on leasing, because leasing is a big part of the aviation value chain. And right now, hitherto is being just done out of, bulk of it is being done out of Ireland. We have a gift city in Gujarat. Many leasing companies have set up branches here, but still the real ownership lies in Ireland. So maybe now it's time for our larger financial institutions, you know, the big banks and funding institutions to start looking at aviation, as now it's the foundation is laid, and it's a safe business. So now the big financial institutions like in China, Middle East and other locations, they have to get into this game and also have branches in Ireland, because of some amazing treaties that they have set up. That's why Ireland is the hub. They have global tax treaties that it's so easy to move a plane, say from UK to India, from India to Nigeria, from Nigeria to Indonesia, sitting in Ireland. Okay, these are all paper transactions. The aircraft moves in the air, but the paperwork is done out of Ireland. So maybe Indian agencies, Indian institutions should also have a branch in maybe through an inorganic route, like the Chinese have done, and bring more and more leasing revenue back into India. So I would suggest that, I mean, as a hub has multiple aspects to it, and we can spend the whole afternoon discussing various aspects, but everything has to be seen, not just the airport and the airline part. Arun?
Mr. Agarwal, I would like to come to you. It is not just enough to build airports. You know, it's also important to ensure that it is utilized to the maximum. And I think that is where operational efficiency, you know, comes into play. You know, what is your recipe for improving the operational efficiency of our airports?
Are you talking about bigger airports? So bigger airports like Delhi, Mumbai and all, there's a air traffic system is controlled by airport authority. So therein the efficiency comes that of the air traffic systems. Hello? The efficiency is related to efficiency of air traffic systems there. So luckily, all these airports, major airports, we have new systems. Delhi, we have new system, and Calcutta, Chennai is also fairly new. But Calcutta and Mumbai, probably we are replacing and trying to put the new systems. So these systems will take care of the efficiency part of it. That is, the aircraft vacates the runway quickly. Such things can be taken care. And Delhi especially, one taxiway was very critical, which was missing. That was taken up after due clearance from BCS and all. So that has added up to efficiency. So that is efficiencies related to airports, I'll say airside infrastructure, those are taken care. That adds to overall efficiency for the airport. And within airport, there is a operational control room which controls allocation of the base and all services where they are working rightly or not rightly. So Delhi, Mumbai, all these bigger airports have, and other AI airports plus 30 airports also are having this type of systems. So we are taking care of efficient utilizing of our parking base and timely clearances and all. So that is in place, but what is missing is, again, human element. Those who are involved, there is no proper skill training for those persons. So that is missing. That element is required to be addressed in a systematic way, because we don't have skilled manpower, rightly skilled manpower to handle it. There is a gap. Yes.
Okay. Mr. Kaul, I want you to just dwell on the Udan, the scheme. And the minister, when he came in the morning, he was in fact talking about how we have been able to make a big headway in this. And under the Viksit Bharat mission, we have an aim to expand the network from 157 to 350 airports. So how do you view this? How much have we been successful so far?
I would just want to add first on the efficiency part. And we talked about world-class airports. So you are looking at, and that's why I talked about competitiveness. If you look at today, we're doing 500,000 passengers a day. In 5 years, so 7 years will be 1 million a day. International, we started touching 110, 120,000 passengers per day. We'll get to 250 in 5 to 7 years. So we are going to go from 600,000 passengers to domestic and international to about 1.2 million a day. If you look at today, and taking from where Mr. Agarwal said on efficiency, look at our on-time performance. Delhi-Bombay is now a 2-hour 20-minute flight or 2-hour 15-minute. Actually, it's a block hour of 1 hour 50 minutes. You need to give a better on-time performance, so you're creating more block times. This is not for domestic, it's for international. Take that block time off. Even the current on-time performance may not stand up. The point I'm trying to make is, you have to do an honest appraisal and look within and say, on international, am I doing 80 or I'm doing 60? On domestic, am I doing 70 or 60? And is that how I will become a world-class by design when I'm moving from 500,000 to 1 million passengers a day in 5-7 years? So you have to rethink, and as Amber said, not just one thing, almost entire parameters. As for Udan is concerned, and frankly, I have been of the view that regional connectivity and remote connectivity are two different things. And this has been my view from beginning. Remote connectivity is by wahan jahan train nahi hai. There's no train. I cannot have a bus service. I need to make sure that there is air connectivity, northeast, some parts. That's remote connectivity, fully financed by the government. There should be no issues. On the regional connectivity, you cannot engineer profitability by VGF or anything else. So those are two fundamental aspects. So what is happening currently, if you do a deeper appraisal of Udan, there is the small independent players negligible because there is no aircraft to do service to Udan. There's no 30-seater for 50 years. Even the 50-seater is not being made. The earliest entry point is about 70-seater ATR. Bombardiers have gone. So there's only one aircraft type to service, except if you take Chinese or You take Embraer, those are jets. So where is the aircraft type to serve it? So you may take now Twin Otter, or you take these aircraft. You cannot make money even if you put water in the fuel tank. So the question should be, the only way Udan can become successful is to tell Indigo, SpiceJet, Air India, and say, okay, south is yours, north is yours, east is here, I will give you, you invest, and it's in national interest, I'll give you 5 years. They have the balance sheet, they have the network, they have the fleet, they have the maintenance capabilities, everything to do. Bring anybody to Udan under the current financial feasibility of Udan. It cannot be successful. Though I must say that government's view of connectivity is not just financial. They're saying it's a strategic issue. Towards that, I think whatever they're doing is great. But is it going to be financially feasible? One has to see that.
Some concluding words from you, Amber, on both the topics that we just discussed, on operational efficiency as well as the Udan.
Yeah, one critical part of the efficiency is also this concept of Gagan. Gagan is the satellite-based augmentation, navigation system. There are only 4 or 5 countries in the world which have that. Airports Authority, which we had Mr. Agarwal as a chairman then, and ISRO, they have jointly created this satellite-based system. This will help us to even take flying to places which do not have an instrument landing system. Some of the remote airfields can be connected without spending too much money, because the air navigation equipment comes at a cost. So this is a great initiative by ISRO and Airports Authority, and most of the aircraft nowadays which are coming are already they have the equipment, onboard equipment, which is Gagan compliant. So I guess this Gagan thing has to be pushed very strongly, and this will also help pushing more aircraft in the pipe, okay? Because there's a Delhi-Bombay pipe, invisible pipe, and through Gagan, other than, I mean, just the radar-based navigation, and I'm not a navigation expert, so it's best left to the experts, but what I'm told is that through Gagan and satellites, you don't need to, the aircraft doesn't need to follow the zigzag pattern based on the ground equipment, but now with satellite, just like your car running on Google Maps, you can actually have a straight line, a shorter distance, lesser fuel burn, lesser time taken, and more flights per day. So Gagan is one big initiative that needs to be pushed. And also on the airline front, thanks to the privatization of the national carrier, we now have a duopoly sort of, where 90% of the domestic capacity is controlled by 2 airlines. This is not good. I mean, in any sector, we'll have to find a way, and I'm not here to give any policy advice, but there has to be a way to promote the other carriers to come up without actually giving anybody a crutch, but find a way that the other airlines also come up, because just like US or Europe or say Southeast Asia or Gulf, we can easily, or China, we can have the big 4. We don't need to be restricted to big 2, but we can have a big 4. So that has to be ensured so that, I mean, people have choice and there is competition in the market. And I'll just stop there.
I wanted to end one thing I forgot, and I'm sorry, just take 1 minute more. It took us 90 years to reach a 700+ fleet. And it'll take us 5 to 7 years to double it. Except China, which was one system, one mission, extra. We are going to go through a phase which we have not even seen and experienced. We are at the seams at 500,000. That too about 100+ aircrafts on ground. When you double from 500 to 1 million and domestic, international from 110 to 250,000, if we don't think as a system, a larger system, within that will be an airport system, an airline system. One system, one mission, one purpose. Frankly speaking, the risk reward of this growth may be a downside on the rewards and upside on the risks, because this is not a growth that we have seen. So we need to rethink and get everybody involved and assist the government, which is what airlines like Indigo and Air India should do, and everybody who's in the sector, to say that let's work together. We may compete in the market. We are going through once in a generation growth. It has to make foundations for the next decade and decade after. If we fail in the next 5 to 7 years, it will have fundamental issues for decades ahead. So it's very important for everyone that this once in a generation growth is well thought through. You think as an aviation as a system, and everybody collaborates. Otherwise, we will have more, as I said, risks than rewards.
Great. On that lovely note, I think we can end this session. Thank you so much, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Kapil Kaul, and Mr. Ambar Dubey for accepting our invitation and speaking to us. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now requesting Raj Chingappa, Group Editorial Director for Publishing at India Today, to please come on stage and give a token of appreciation to the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, and with that, the second edition of India Today Infrastructure Conclave comes to a close. We look forward to welcoming you again next year. Before we conclude, I would like to extend my gratitude to our esteemed speakers, guests, and of course, our wonderful audience for taking time out today to be with us here today. Let's also take a moment to thank our partners for their support. Our associate sponsors are Uttarakhand Sashan, National Industrial Corridor Development Corporation, Airports Authority of India, Adanu Agencies, VOC Port Authority, Pradeep Port Authority, Vishakhapatnam Port Authority, JNPA, India's Best Performing Art, KPTCL, IFCL, and Larsen & Toubro. Please join us for high tea, which is being served in the Mumtaz Hall on the left. Goodbye.
Flying that makes travel easy and fast. Infrastructure that provides safety and comfort. Management that ensures security and efficiency. Airports Authority of India, a public sector undertaking under Ministry of Civil Aviation, builds, operates, and manages airports across India. We are currently managing